Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to H. Potter. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Harry underwent a blood ritual and found out he was the reincarnation of Salazar Slytherin? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, Blood Answers Blood. Harry Potter stared at the ancient tome in the flickering light of his wand, heart hammering against his ribs. The restricted section at midnight felt like another world, dusty, forgotten, and full of dangerous knowledge. Exactly what he needed. This is mental, he whispered to himself, running his finger along the faded Latin text. Completely mental. But what choice did he have? Fifth year had become a nightmare. Voldemort was back, the Ministry was calling him a liar, Dumbledore wouldn't even look at him, and that toad Umbridge was slowly taking over Hogwarts. Worst of all, everyone kept treating him like a child who couldn't handle the truth. The truth. That's exactly what he was after. Harry had stumbled across mention of the ritual 3 weeks ago while researching for the D.A. Sanguinis Revelio Maxima, the maximum blood revelation. According to the text, it would reveal a wizard's complete magical heritage and ancestry, potentially unlocking hidden abilities passed down through bloodlines. He dismissed it initially, dangerous, illegal blood magic wasn't his style. But after another week of Umbridge's, I must not tell lies, detentions and another cryptic, useless order meeting where they told him nothing, the idea took root. If no one would give him answers about why Voldemort wanted him dead, he'd find them himself. Harry checked his watch, just past midnight. The blood moon was reaching its peak, the perfect time for the ritual according to the book. He'd prepared everything in an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, not far from the room of requirement but less likely to be discovered. Just a bit longer, he murmured, closing the book and slipping it into his bag. He threw the invisibility cloak over himself and crept out of the library. The castle corridors were silent except for the occasional snore from a portrait. Harry moved quickly, dodging the known patrol routes of prefects and Filch. When he reached the abandoned classroom, he carefully checked for signs of disturbance before entering. Everything was as he'd left it. A circle drawn in chalk on the floor, marked with strange symbols he'd copied from the book. 5 black candles at key positions, unlit. And in the center, a small silver bowl. Harry locked the door with several charms Hermione had taught him, then added a silencing spell for good measure. He pulled off the cloak and took a deep breath. Right. Let's do this. He lit the candles with a whispered incendio, then positioned himself in the center of the circle. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in an eerie red glow from the blood moon overhead. Harry unfolded the parchment where he'd written the incantation and practiced the unfamiliar Latin under his breath. Then he drew a small silver knife from his pocket, borrowed from the potions classroom, and held it over his palm. For my parents, he whispered. For answers. The knife bit into his palm, sharper than he expected. He hissed in pain but held his bleeding hand over the silver bowl, letting 7 drops fall exactly as the book instructed. The blood seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, unnaturally bright. Harry held the parchment with his uninjured hand and began to chant, his voice steadier than he felt. Sanguinis meum, revela veritatem. Ostend mihi lineam meme verum. Ab initio ad finem, ostend mihi casum. The words felt strange on his tongue, but as he repeated them, they flowed more naturally. On the 3rd repetition, the candles flared brilliantly, and the blood in the bowl began to move of its own accord, swirling into patterns. Sanguinis meum, revela veritatem. Ostend mihi lineam meme verum. Ab initio ad finem, ostend mihi casum. The room darkened as if the moonlight had been swallowed. Only the candles and the now glowing blood illuminated the space. Harry felt a pulling sensation in his chest, as if something was being drawn out of him. The air grew thick, heavy with magic. On the 7th repetition, Harry's voice rose with determination, Sanguinis meum, revela veritatem. Ostend mihi lineam meam verum. Ab initio ad finem, astandmaichicus sum. The blood erupted from the bowl, not splashing outward but rising up like a living thing, forming a swirling column before Harry's eyes. Within its depths, images began to form, faces and places flashing by too quickly to recognize. Then pain sliced through Harry's scar like a white-hot knife. He gasped, dropping to his knees as the blood column expanded, surrounding him completely. He could no longer see the classroom, only blood-red light and shadows of people who seemed oddly familiar. A voice whispered in his ear, no, not in his ear, in his mind. It spoke in a language he shouldn't understand, yet somehow did. Welcome home, little serpent. Harry cried out as knowledge poured into him like water through a broken dam. Images, feelings, memories that weren't his own. A castle being built. Arguments with 3 others, friends, family, companions. A woman with kind eyes and red gold hair, her hand in his. Children learning magic in a great hall. Danger approaching. A decision made in desperation. And a name. A name he knew. A name that sent chills down his spine even as something deep inside him resonated with recognition. Salazar Slytherin. No, Harry gasped. That's not possible. But even as he denied it, he knew it was true. The ritual didn't lie. Blood didn't lie. And his blood was telling him something impossible. He wasn't just Harry Potter. He was Salazar Slytherin reborn. The blood column collapsed suddenly, splashing back into the bowl with impossible neatness. Harry fell forward onto his hands and knees, gasping for breath as if he'd run a marathon. The candles had burned down to stubs, and moonlight once again illuminated the room. What have I done? He whispered, staring at his trembling hands. Something caught his eye, a shimmer of green on his skin. Harry rolled up his sleeve and stared in shock. From his wrist to his elbow, an intricate pattern was appearing, like a tattoo drawing itself. The lines formed scales, a snake winding around his forearm, its head resting on the back of his hand. As he watched, the snake moved, slithering around his wrist before settling back into place. Bloody hell, Harry breathed. The ritual was supposed to show him his ancestry, maybe unlock family magic. Not this. Not a claim that he was the reincarnation of one of the most infamous dark wizards in history. Yet even as his conscious mind rebelled against the idea, something deeper recognized the truth. Memories flickered at the edges of his awareness, too faint to grasp but undeniably present. And the snake on his arm felt right somehow, like it had always been there beneath his skin, waiting to emerge. Harry staggered to his feet, swaying slightly. He needed to think. He needed to understand what had happened. Tempus, he muttered, and nearly jumped when the spell worked without his wand. Glowing numbers appeared, 3:24 a.m. He'd been in the trance for over 3 hours. Harry quickly cleaned up the evidence of the ritual, vanishing the chalk markings and packing away the candles and bowl. He needed to get back to Gryffindor Tower before dawn broke. He'd sort this out later, after some sleep. If he could sleep at all. Harry woke to Ron shaking his shoulder roughly. Mate. We're late for breakfast, and we've got potions first thing. Snape'll murder us. Harry blinked groggily, the events of the night crashing back into his consciousness. He bolted upright, yanking his sleeve down to cover his arm where the snake had appeared. What? Oh, right. Potions. Give me 5 minutes. Ron was already dressed and halfway to the door. 5 minutes. I'll grab you some toast if I make it in time. As soon as Ron left, Harry examined his arm. The snake was still there, but fainter now, like an old scar rather than a fresh tattoo. He could feel it somehow, a warmth beneath his skin that pulsed with his heartbeat. This can't be happening, he muttered, hurrying to get dressed. But other changes were making themselves known as well. The dormitory seemed different, brighter, more detailed. He could hear conversations from the common room below with perfect clarity. And when he reached for his glasses on the bedside table, he realized he hadn't been wearing them at all. His vision was perfect. Harry rushed through his morning routine, his mind racing. He needed to talk to someone. Hermione would be the obvious choice, but how would she react to blood magic? To the idea that her best friend might be the reincarnation of Salazar Bloody Slytherin? He was still pondering this as he hurried down to the dungeons, having missed breakfast entirely. He slid into his seat beside Ron just as Snape swept into the classroom. "Today we will be brewing the draft of peace," Snape announced, his cold eyes surveying the class. "The instructions are on the board. Begin." Harry stared at the instructions and realized with a shock that he understood them perfectly. Not just the steps, but why they worked. He could see how the powdered moonstone would interact with the syrup of hellebore, why the potion needed to be stirred precisely 7 times counterclockwise. It was as if he'd been looking at potions through a foggy window all these years, and someone had suddenly wiped it clean. Without thinking, he began gathering his ingredients, his movements confident and precise. Next to him, Ron fumbled with measuring his powdered moonstone. "Since when are you a potions expert?" Ron whispered, watching as Harry crushed his ingredients with perfect technique. Harry shrugged, trying to act casual. Just following the instructions. But it was more than that. His hands seemed to know what to do without conscious thought, measuring and mixing with the skill of decades of practice. Memories flickered at the edges of his consciousness, brewing similar potions in a different dungeon, with cruder tools but the same principles. Across the room, Hermione was watching him with narrowed eyes. Halfway through the class, Harry felt a prickle at the back of his neck and looked up to find Snape standing over his cauldron, an unreadable expression on his face. "Potter," Snape said softly. "What precisely do you think you're doing?" Harry glanced down at his potion, which was simmering perfectly with the exact silver vapor described in the textbook. "Brewing the draft of peace, sir." "Indeed." Snape's eyes bore into him with suspicious intensity. "And would you care to explain why you added an extra stir between the hellebore and the valerian?" Harry froze. He hadn't even realized he'd done that, his hands had moved instinctively. But now that Snape mentioned it, he knew exactly why. "It prevents the valerian from clumping when it meets the hellebore residue," Harry heard himself saying. "The extra stir disperses the hellebore evenly." The entire class had gone silent. Snape's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. "That technique is not in your textbook, Potter." "No, sir." Harry met his gaze steadily. Snape continued to stare at him for a long moment, then abruptly turned away. "Continue your work." As Snape stalked back to his desk, Harry could feel every eye in the classroom on him. Hermione's expression had gone from suspicious to alarmed, and even Malfoy was looking at him with confusion. Ron leaned over. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Harry whispered back, though that wasn't entirely true. He was beginning to understand exactly what it was, and the implications terrified him. By the end of class, Harry had produced a perfect draft of peace. When he bottled it and placed it on Snape's desk, the professor gave him another long, searching look. "Stay after class, Potter." Harry's stomach dropped, but he nodded. As the rest of the students filed out, Ron and Hermione lingered by the door. "We'll wait for you," Hermione said firmly. "No need, Miss Granger," Snape cut in. "This will not take long." Once they were alone, Snape circled Harry like a predator, his black eyes never leaving Harry's face. "Explain yourself, Potter." Harry swallowed. "I'm not sure what you mean, Professor." "Do not play games with me," Snape hissed. "That technique is not taught below mastery level. It is certainly not knowledge an abysmal potions student would suddenly acquire overnight." Harry remained silent, unsure what to say that wouldn't make things worse. Snape leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Your magic has changed. I can sense it." Whatever you've done, whatever foolish risk you've taken, I suggest you confess it now before the consequences become unmanageable. For a moment, Harry considered telling Snape everything. The ritual, the revelation, the memories starting to surface. But something held him back, the same instinct that had guided his hands in brewing the potion. I've just been studying harder, sir, Harry said, meeting Snape's gaze without flinching. With Voldemort back, I need to improve. Snape's eyes narrowed at the mention of Voldemort. Be very careful, Potter. Very careful indeed. He stepped back. You may go. But know that I will be watching you closely. Harry nodded and turned to leave, feeling Snape's eyes boring into his back all the way to the door. Hermione and Ron were waiting in the corridor, both looking concerned in different ways. What did the Git want? Ron asked immediately. Just suspicious about my potion, Harry replied, starting toward their next class. Come on, we'll be late for defense. Harry, Hermione said, hurrying to keep pace with him. How did you know that technique? I've never read about it in any of our textbooks. I don't know, Hermione. It just felt right. Things don't just feel right in potions, she persisted. Especially not for you. No offense. None taken, Harry muttered. And since when do you not need glasses, she added, her voice rising slightly. I just realized you haven't been wearing them all morning. Harry stopped walking, his hand instinctively rising to his face where his glasses should have been. I can explain. Just not here, not now. After Umbridge then, Ron said, looking between them with concern. But mate, you're acting bloody weird today. Harry nodded, already dreading the conversation to come. How could he possibly explain what had happened? He barely understood it himself. Umbridge's class was even more unbearable than usual. Her high, girlish voice grated on Harry's newly sensitive hearing, and her constant propaganda about how dark wizards were easily identified by their bloodlines made his stomach twist with irony. The Ministry has extensively researched magical genealogy, Umbridge was saying as she paced before the class. We can trace the emergence of dark tendencies through family lines. This is why blood status monitoring is so important for public safety. Harry bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. The snake on his arm seemed to writhe beneath his skin, responding to his anger. Something to add, Mr. Potter? Umbridge asked sweetly, noticing his expression. Harry looked up at her, and something in his gaze made her take an involuntary step back. No, Professor, he said calmly. I'm just taking in this fascinating lesson. Umbridge's eyes narrowed, but she continued her lecture. Harry could feel Hermione's worried glances, but he kept his eyes fixed ahead, trying to control the unfamiliar surge of magic building inside him. When class finally ended, Harry quickly gathered his things, desperate to escape before Umbridge could find an excuse to give him detention. But as they were leaving, a commotion in the corridor drew their attention. A group of seventh-year Slytherins had cornered a first-year Hufflepuff boy, whose books were scattered across the floor. The leader of the group, a burly boy Harry recognized as a friend of Malfoy's, had his wand pointed at the younger student's face. Say it again, Mudblood, the Slytherin growled. Tell us how you deserve to be here. Before Ron or Hermione could react, Harry was moving. He stepped between the Slytherins and their target, his eyes cold. Back off, he said quietly. The older boy sneered. Mind your own business, Potter. This doesn't concern you. I'm making it my concern. Harry didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone made several of the Slytherins exchange uneasy glances. What's going on here? Umbridge's voice cut through the tension as she emerged from her classroom. The lead Slytherin immediately adopted an innocent expression. Just a disagreement, Professor. This first year was disrespecting Slytherin House. That's not true, the Hufflepuff boy protested, his voice shaking. Umbridge's eyes gleamed with malicious pleasure. Fighting in the corridors is strictly against Educational Decree No. 27. I think detention is in order. Her gaze fixed on Harry. For Mr. Potter, who seems intent on inserting himself where he doesn't belong. Harry felt a surge of anger so powerful it threatened to overwhelm him. The snake on his arm burned hot, and he could feel his magic rising in response. The boy did nothing wrong, Harry said, his voice unnaturally steady. These seventh years were bullying him because of his blood status. Umbridge's smile widened. Accusing your fellow students of prejudice is a serious matter, Mr. Potter. Perhaps we need to extend your detention to address these dishonest tendencies. She reached into her pocket and withdrew her black quill, the blood quill she'd been using to carve "I must not tell lies" into Harry's hand for weeks. But as she held it out, something inside Harry snapped. Words in a language he shouldn't know formed in his mind, and power rushed through him like a tidal wave. Without consciously deciding to, Harry raised his hand, not his wand, just his bare hand, and made a sharp, dismissive gesture. Contritio instrumentum cruciatus, he hissed in Parseltongue. The blood quill in Umbridge's hand shattered into 1,000 pieces, the fragments turning to dust that scattered across the floor. The corridor went completely silent. Umbridge stared at her empty hand, then at Harry, her face draining of color. "What did you do?" she whispered, actual fear in her voice for the first time. Harry was as shocked as she was, but something else was in control now, a part of him that stood tall and unafraid. "Justice," he said simply. Then, to the Slytherins, "Leave. Now." They scattered without argument, leaving only the first-year Hufflepuff, who was staring at Harry with a mixture of fear and awe. Umbridge seemed to recover some of her courage. "This is an assault on a ministry official. You'll be expelled for this, Potter." Harry looked at her, and whatever she saw in his eyes made her take another step back. "That quill was an illegal torture device," he said evenly. "Used on children. I wonder what the Wizengamot would think about that, Professor." Before Umbridge could respond, Professor McGonagall rounded the corner, taking in the scene with a sharp glance. "What is happening here?" she demanded. "Professor McGonagall," Umbridge said, her voice rising to a higher pitch than usual. "Potter has destroyed ministry property and threatened me. I demand his immediate expulsion." McGonagall looked at Harry, who met her gaze steadily. "Is this true, Potter?" Harry nodded. "I destroyed her blood quill, Professor. The one she's been using to carve words into students' hands during detention." McGonagall's eyes widened, and she turned to Umbridge with a dangerous expression. "Blood quills are classified as dark artifacts, Dolores. Their use on students is strictly forbidden." "I am authorized by the minister himself," Umbridge began, but McGonagall cut her off. "I suggest we continue this discussion in the headmaster's office," she said coldly. "Mr. Potter, please return to your common room while this matter is resolved." Harry nodded, noticing that McGonagall hadn't mentioned punishment. As the professors departed, Umbridge shooting venomous glances over her shoulder, the Hufflepuff boy approached Harry tentatively. "Thank you," he said quietly, picking up his scattered books. Harry helped him gather the remaining texts. "What's your name?" "Timothy. Timothy Fletcher." The boy hesitated, then asked, "Was that Parseltongue you spoke?" Before her quill broke. Harry froze. He hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud. "You recognized it?" Timothy nodded. "My aunt studies magical languages. She played recordings of it once." He looked around nervously, then whispered, "I won't tell anyone." "Promise." Harry managed a smile. "Thanks, Timothy. Be careful around Umbridge and those older Slytherins, all right?" The boy nodded earnestly and hurried off. Harry turned to find Ron and Hermione staring at him with identical expressions of shock. "Common room," Hermione said firmly. "Now." The Gryffindor common room was mercifully empty when they arrived, everyone else still at dinner. Hermione immediately cast privacy charms around their favorite corner by the fire. "Harry James Potter," she said, her voice dangerously controlled. "What in Merlin's name is going on with you?" Harry sank into an armchair, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that had carried him through the confrontation with Umbridge was fading, leaving him drained. "I did something last night," he admitted. "Something I probably shouldn't have." "Like what?" Ron asked, looking worried. "Did Fred and George put you up to something?" Harry shook his head and took a deep breath. "I found a ritual in a book from the restricted section. A blood ritual to reveal one's magical heritage." Hermione gasped. "Harry! Blood magic is dangerous and almost always illegal." "I know that now," Harry said grimly. "But I was desperate, Hermione. Everyone's keeping secrets from me. Dumbledore won't even look at me. I thought I might find something about why Voldemort targeted my family, maybe some special Potter magic that could help." "And did you?" Ron asked, leaning forward. Harry laughed, a hollow sound with no humor in it. "Oh, I found something all right." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the snake mark on his arm. It had darkened again, as if responding to his earlier use of magic. Hermione's hands flew to her mouth. "Harry, what is that?" "A mark. A sign." Harry stared at the snake, which seemed to shimmer slightly in the firelight. "The ritual didn't just show me my heritage, Hermione. It showed me who I was." "What do you mean, who you were?" Ron asked, his freckles standing out starkly against his suddenly pale face. Harry looked up at his friends, his eyes haunted. "The ritual showed me that I'm the reincarnation of Salazar Slytherin." Silence fell like a physical weight. Hermione sat down heavily, her face shocked. Ron's mouth opened and closed several times without producing any sound. "That's not possible," Hermione finally whispered. "I didn't think so either," Harry said. "But it explains so much. The Parseltongue. The Sorting Hat wanting to put me in Slytherin. And now." He gestured vaguely. "New abilities are surfacing. Knowledge I shouldn't have. Magic I never learned. Like the wandless spell you used on Umbridge's quill," Hermione said slowly. Harry nodded. "It just came to me. The words, the gesture, everything. Like I'd done it 1,000 times before." Ron had gone very still. "So you're saying you're him? The wizard who hated Muggleborns and built the Chamber of Secrets with a monster inside to kill them?" "I don't know what I am," Harry said honestly. "But I'm starting to remember things, Ron. And what I'm remembering, it's not what the history books say." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity clearly battling with her alarm. "It's fragmented. Flashes, mostly. But Slytherin wasn't what history painted him as. He didn't hate Muggleborns, he feared what Muggles would do to magical children. It was the height of the witch hunts. He'd seen children burned." "That doesn't excuse," Hermione began, but Harry cut her off. "I'm not excusing anything. I'm just telling you what I'm remembering." He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Look, I'm still Harry. I'm not suddenly going to start ranting about blood purity or setting basilisks on the school." Ron still looked deeply uncomfortable. "But mate. Slytherin. Of all the wizards to be connected to." "I know." Harry's shoulders slumped. "Trust me, I know." Hermione was watching him with calculating eyes. "The ritual. What exactly did it entail?" Harry described the process, the blood moon, the chanting, and the trance he'd fallen into. As he spoke, Hermione's expression grew increasingly troubled. "Harry, that sounds like old magic. Really old. The kind they don't teach anymore because it's too unpredictable and powerful." She bit her lip. "We need to research this. Figure out what exactly happened to you and if there's any way to, well, reverse it." Harry supplied. Hermione nodded reluctantly. Not that I don't believe you, but we need to verify this somehow. Reincarnation is a very rare magical phenomenon, even in the wizarding world. The snake on my arm wasn't there yesterday, Harry pointed out. And my eyesight is suddenly perfect. And I just did wandless magic in Parseltongue that shattered a dark artifact. All of which could be explained by other magical phenomena, Hermione countered. We need more information. Ron finally seemed to find his voice properly. If this is true, what are you going to do, Harry? You can't exactly announce to the school that you're Salazar Bloody Slytherin Reborn. The portrait hole swung open before Harry could respond, and several third years spilled in, laughing about something that had happened at dinner. Their privacy bubble prevented the newcomers from hearing their conversation, but it was a reminder that they weren't truly alone. We should continue this elsewhere, Hermione said quietly. Room of requirement, tomorrow evening? Harry nodded, grateful for the reprieve. His head was pounding with the strain of the day and the new memories that kept threatening to surface. There's one more thing, he said as they prepared to break up their huddle. The ritual, it wasn't just about revealing my connection to Slytherin. I think it actually woke something up. Like a part of me that was sleeping before. What do you mean? Hermione asked sharply. Harry struggled to find the words. It's like, imagine you've been walking around with amnesia your whole life, and suddenly you start remembering. But the memories aren't just information, they're changing you. You're becoming more like the person you used to be. Ron looked alarmed. So you're saying you're turning into Slytherin? No. Not exactly. Harry sighed in frustration. I'm still me. But I'm also, more. I can feel his knowledge, his power becoming accessible to me. And it's happening faster than I expected. Hermione's expression turned determined. All the more reason to research this thoroughly. If the process is accelerating, we need to understand it before. She trailed off, not wanting to complete the thought. Before I turn into a power-hungry dark wizard? Harry suggested with a grim smile. That's not what I meant, Hermione protested, but her worried expression said otherwise. It's fine, Harry said, standing up. I'm worried about the same thing. But right now, I'm exhausted. I need some sleep. As they dispersed, Harry couldn't help noticing the wary glance Ron gave him before heading up the dormitory stairs. It stung, but he couldn't blame his friend. If their situations were reversed, he'd probably be just as suspicious. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams unlike any Harry had experienced before. Not nightmares of Voldemort or memories of his parents' deaths, but vivid scenes from another life. He dreamed of 4 friends standing on a hilltop, looking down at a valley where a castle would one day stand. He felt the warmth of a woman's hand in his, Helga, his mind supplied, and heard Godric's booming laugh as Rowena sketched plans in the air with her wand. He dreamed of students gathered in a great hall, young faces turned toward him with respect and eagerness as he taught them to harness their magic safely, to protect themselves in a world that feared their gifts. He dreamed of arguments that grew more heated as the years passed. Godric's recklessness endangering students. Rowena's intellectual elitism excluding those with different kinds of intelligence. And his own growing fear as more magical children arrived bearing scars from witch hunts, traumatized by Muggle persecutions. We must protect them better, he heard himself insisting. We must be more selective, more careful. And who decides who is worthy of protection? Godric demanded, his face flushed with anger. You. He dreamed of a chamber built in secret, not as a weapon but as a sanctuary. A place where the most vulnerable magical children could hide if the castle was ever breached by those who would harm them. And yes, a guardian to protect that sanctuary, the basilisk, whose gaze could be controlled, whose power could be directed. She will listen only to my blood, he told the serpent as he cast the binding spell. Only to those who can speak as I do, who carry my gift for the serpent tongue. And finally, he dreamed of leaving, heartsick and weary, knowing his vision for Hogwarts had failed. Not because he hated those of Muggle birth, but because he couldn't convince the others of the dangers they faced. Because his methods had grown too dark, his fear too consuming. "I go to find another way," he told Helga as she wept. "Perhaps in time, our paths will merge again." Harry woke with a gasp, tears streaming down his face. The dormitory was dark and quiet, his roommate's snores the only sound. He sat up, pressing his palms against his eyes. Those weren't just dreams. They were memories. Slytherin's memories, his memories now. And they changed everything he thought he knew about the founder of Hogwarts' most notorious house. Harry slipped out of bed and moved to the window, staring out at the castle grounds bathed in moonlight. Somewhere far below, the Chamber of Secrets lay hidden, its true purpose forgotten or deliberately obscured by history. "I need to know more," he whispered to himself. "I need to understand." The snake mark on his arm pulsed warmly, as if in agreement. Harry studied it in the moonlight, elegant, powerful, not a sign of evil but a symbol of protection and cunning. Like the house it represented, it had been misunderstood. Just as Slytherin himself had been. A sudden certainty gripped Harry. He needed to visit the chamber again. Not the main chamber where he'd fought the basilisk, but deeper, to areas he hadn't explored. Places only the true heir of Slytherin would know how to find. Tomorrow night, he decided. After meeting with Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement. He would descend into the chamber and face whatever waited for him there. For now, though, he needed to prepare for the day ahead. Umbridge would surely be on the warpath after yesterday's incident, and Harry had a feeling that McGonagall and Dumbledore wouldn't be able to shield him completely from her wrath. He returned to bed, but sleep eluded him for the rest of the night. His mind was too full of memories, some his own, some belonging to a wizard who had lived 1,000 years ago. A wizard he was somehow, impossibly, connected to across the centuries. As dawn broke, Harry came to a decision. He would not fight what was happening to him. He would embrace it, understand it, and use it, not to become Salazar Slytherin, but to become a better, stronger Harry Potter. One who could finally face Voldemort as an equal. Or perhaps, he thought with a grim smile, as something more. Breakfast in the Great Hall the next morning was a tense affair. News of Harry's confrontation with Umbridge had spread throughout the school with typical Hogwarts efficiency, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. By the time Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table, he'd supposedly transformed Umbridge into a toad, shattered every window in the defense classroom, and spoken in an ancient demonic language. "At least the last one's partly true," Harry muttered to Hermione, who shot him a warning look. "This isn't funny, Harry. Umbridge looks ready to murder you." Harry glanced up at the staff table, where Umbridge sat with her lips pressed into such a thin line they'd practically disappeared. Her eyes kept darting to Dumbledore, who was calmly eating porridge and seemingly ignoring her completely. "Wonder what happened in Dumbledore's office last night," Ron said, following Harry's gaze. "Whatever it was, it didn't get her fired," Harry replied bitterly. As they ate, Harry became aware of another set of eyes watching him. Malfoy was staring from the Slytherin table, his pale face set in an unusually thoughtful expression rather than his typical sneer. When he caught Harry looking back, he didn't look away, merely raised an eyebrow in what almost seemed like respect. Even stranger, Harry noticed Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin girl in their year who rarely interacted with Gryffindors, studying him intently. Unlike Malfoy, when Harry met her gaze, she gave him a small nod, as if confirming something to herself. "The Slytherins are acting weird," Harry commented. Hermione followed his gaze. "They probably heard about you defending that first year against their 7th years. You've upset their hierarchy." "It's not just that." Harry frowned. "It's like they sense something's changed." "Maybe they can," Hermione said quietly. "Magical auras are real, Harry. Powerful wizards can sometimes sense changes in another's magic." Before Harry could respond, a flutter of wings announced the arrival of the morning mail. To his surprise, a handsome eagle owl landed in front of him, bearing a small scroll tied with a silver and green ribbon. That's a Slytherin house owl, Ron said suspiciously. Be careful, mate. Harry cautiously untied the scroll. The owl departed immediately, not waiting for a reply. Harry unrolled the parchment, revealing a short message written in elegant script. Potter, what you did yesterday has raised questions. If you seek answers about your changing circumstances, meet me in the astronomy tower at midnight tonight. Come alone. DG, DG. Ron read over his shoulder. Daphne Greengrass? Must be, Harry said, glancing again at the Slytherin table. Daphne was now engaged in conversation with Tracy Davis, giving no indication she just sent him a cryptic message. You're not actually considering going, are you? Hermione asked, alarmed. It could be a trap. Harry pocketed the note. I don't think it is. And she might know something useful. About your situation. Ron whispered, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Harry nodded. The old pureblood families keep knowledge about ancient magic that you won't find in the Hogwarts library. If anyone might recognize what's happening to me, it would be someone like Greengrass. But going alone is too risky, Hermione insisted. At least take the map and your invisibility cloak. I will, Harry agreed. But I think I need to talk to her. The warning bell rang, signaling it was time to head to their first class. As they stood to leave, Professor McGonagall approached their table. Mr. Potter, a word, she said crisply. Harry followed her to a quiet corner of the entrance hall, wondering if he was about to receive punishment for the Umbridge incident after all. Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office immediately, McGonagall said, her expression unreadable. The password is, fizzing whiz-bees. Am I in trouble, Professor? Harry asked. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. That remains to be seen, Potter. But I would advise caution in your conversation with the headmaster. Recent events have complicated matters. With that cryptic warning, she swept away toward her classroom, leaving Harry to make his way to Dumbledore's office alone. The stone gargoyle leapt aside when Harry gave the password, and the familiar spiral staircase carried him upward. He knocked on the heavy wooden door, feeling oddly calm despite the circumstances. Whatever Dumbledore wanted to discuss, Harry sensed it would be a turning point. Enter, came Dumbledore's voice. Harry stepped into the circular office to find the headmaster standing by the window, his back to the door. Fawkes trilled a greeting from his perch, and several of the portraits of former headmasters nodded to Harry. One, a severe-looking wizard with a pointed silver beard, sat forward suddenly, his painted eyes widening in apparent shock. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said, turning at last. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Harry took the offered chair across from Dumbledore's desk, noting that the headmaster still wouldn't quite meet his eyes. A familiar frustration rose within him, but now it was tempered with something new, a cool assessment that felt more Slytherin than Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said you wanted to see me, Harry said neutrally. Dumbledore settled into his chair, his ancient hands folded before him. Yes, Harry. I believe we need to discuss what happened yesterday with Professor Umbridge. She was torturing students, Harry said flatly. I stopped her. Indeed. And while I applaud your defense of your fellow students, the method you employed raises concerns. Harry waited, saying nothing. Let Dumbledore be the one to name what he'd seen or heard about. Wandless magic is rare, Harry, Dumbledore continued when the silence stretched. Particularly in one so young. And to perform it while speaking Parseltongue. He finally raised his gaze to meet Harry's, his blue eyes searching. It suggests a significant change in your magical abilities. I've been practicing, Harry said, the lie coming easily. Have you indeed? Dumbledore's tone made it clear he didn't believe this. And would these practices perhaps involve ancient blood rituals performed during the recent blood moon? Harry felt a chill. How could Dumbledore know about the ritual? The headmaster seemed to read his thoughts. The castle has ways of alerting me to certain types of magic performed within its walls, Harry. Particularly magic involving blood. So you've been watching me, Harry said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Even while you've been avoiding me for months. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I have my reasons for maintaining a certain distance, Harry. Reasons I'm not yet at liberty to explain fully. Because you don't trust me, Harry concluded. And now you trust me even less, because of what I did. On the contrary, Dumbledore said quietly. My concern is not a lack of trust in you, but rather in what may now be influencing you without your knowledge or consent. Harry leaned forward. You know what the ritual showed me, don't you? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I have my suspicions. The Sanguinis Revelio is an ancient and powerful ritual, designed to reveal not just ancestry but magical affinity and, in rare cases, connections to previous magical lives. Previous lives, Harry repeated. Like reincarnation. Precisely. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. May I ask what the ritual revealed to you, Harry? For a moment, Harry considered lying or at least downplaying the truth. But something told him Dumbledore would know, and besides, he needed answers only the headmaster might have. It showed me that I'm the reincarnation of Salazar Slytherin, Harry said bluntly. Or at least, connected to him somehow. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore didn't look shocked. Instead, a deep sadness seemed to wash over his features. I feared as much, he murmured. The signs have been there since your first year, your Parseltongue ability, your connection to the Sorting Hat, your success in the Chamber of Secrets. You knew. Harry's voice rose in disbelief. All this time, you knew what I was. I suspected, Dumbledore corrected gently. But suspicion is not certainty, and I had hoped. He trailed off, then continued more firmly. Harry, you must understand the danger of what you've done. The ritual you performed doesn't merely reveal connections to past lives, it strengthens them, awakens them. The more you draw on Slytherin's memories and powers, the more his essence will influence your own. You think I'll turn dark, Harry said flatly. That I'll become like him. Like the man history remembers, perhaps, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though history is not always an accurate chronicler of character. That caught Harry's attention. My dreams, my memories of being him, they don't match what the history books say. He wasn't what everyone thinks. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Few historical figures are entirely as they are portrayed. Salazar Slytherin was a complex wizard living in dangerous times. His methods and beliefs were controversial even then, but his intentions, those remain a matter of debate among serious historical scholars. He wanted to protect magical children, Harry said, the memories rising clearly now. From muggles who would burn them, from persecution. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. Though his solution, isolation and exclusion, led down a dark path. One that Tom Riddle later twisted to even darker purposes. Harry absorbed this, then asked the question burning in his mind. What does this mean for my connection to Voldemort? Is that why he could transfer some of his powers to me as a baby? Because we're both connected to Slytherin? Dumbledore's expression became guarded. That is, a complex question, Harry. One that touches on matters I'm not yet prepared to discuss fully. The evasion sparked Harry's temper. More secrets. Even now. Some knowledge is dangerous before its time, Dumbledore said firmly. What I can tell you is this, your connection to Lord Voldemort has always been unusual, and this new development complicates matters considerably. He will sense the change in you, just as others already have. Like Snape, Harry said, remembering the potions professor's reaction. Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected mildly, is particularly sensitive to magical signatures due to his specialized knowledge. Harry decided to press his advantage while he had Dumbledore actually talking to him. What should I do now? I can feel his memories becoming clearer, his knowledge becoming mine. I can feel my magic changing. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing his words carefully. The path forward is not clear, Harry. The ritual you performed is ancient and not well documented in modern magical literature. Its effects vary depending on the strength of the connection revealed. So you don't know, Harry concluded. I believe, Dumbledore said slowly, that you stand at a crossroads. You can attempt to suppress this awakening, to remain solely Harry Potter as you have known yourself to be. Or you can embrace this connection and attempt to integrate Salazar's knowledge and power without losing your own essential nature. Which do you think I should do? Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I cannot make that choice for you, Harry. But I would caution you that great power, acquired suddenly rather than earned through experience and growth, often comes with equally great risks to one's character and soul. Harry nodded, understanding the warning even if he wasn't sure he agreed with it. And what about Umbridge? Will she try to have me expelled? Professor Umbridge has been reminded of the illegality of blood quills, Dumbledore said, a hint of steel entering his voice. And of the fact that the Board of Governors, not the Ministry, ultimately controls expulsions at Hogwarts. However, she remains dangerous, Harry. I would advise you to exercise extreme caution around her, and to avoid any further displays of unusual magical ability in her presence. I'll try, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure he meant it. The memory of Umbridge's fear when her quill shattered had been surprisingly satisfying. I must ask one more thing of you, Harry, Dumbledore said, his expression grave. If you experience any unusual dreams or visions, particularly regarding Lord Voldemort, please inform me immediately. The connection between you may be evolving, in light of these new developments. Harry stood, sensing the meeting was concluding. Is that all, Professor? Dumbledore sighed. For now, Harry. But please remember, you are still, at your core, the boy who made brave and compassionate choices in the face of darkness. That remains true, regardless of whose magic or memories you may now share. As Harry turned to leave, the portrait that had reacted to his entrance spoke, its voice carrying an aristocratic accent that sounded strangely familiar. Headmaster, it said, surely you realize the boy should be told. Thank you, Phineas, Dumbledore cut in smoothly. That will be all for now. Harry paused, looking up at the portrait. Told what? The portrait, Phineas, smirked in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Snape. That the chamber is not the only legacy Salazar left at Hogwarts, boy. There are other secrets waiting for one of his blood to claim them. That is enough, Phineas, Dumbledore said sharply. Harry looked between them, his curiosity piqued. Who is he? Phineas Nigellus Black, Dumbledore explained reluctantly. Former headmaster of Hogwarts and, it seems, eager to involve himself in matters that do not concern him. On the contrary, Phineas drawled, the return of Salazar's essence to Hogwarts concerns me greatly. Particularly when it comes wrapped in a Gryffindor package. He leaned forward in his frame, addressing Harry directly. The snake knows its own, boy. Seek the chamber beneath the chamber. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore stood. I believe that concludes our meeting, Harry. You should return to your classes. Harry nodded, his mind racing with new questions. As he reached the door, he turned back. Professor? One last thing. Does Voldemort know about me being connected to Slytherin? Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Not yet, Harry. But I fear it is only a matter of time before he senses the change in you. When that happens. He trailed off. What? Harry pressed. When that happens, Dumbledore continued quietly, I believe he will view you not merely as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a prize to be captured and bent to his will. Voldemort has always coveted Slytherin's power and knowledge. The idea that you might have access to secrets he does not. Dumbledore shook his head grimly. It would inflame his obsession with you tenfold. With that chilling thought, Harry left the headmaster's office, more determined than ever to understand the power awakening within him before Voldemort discovered its existence. Chapter 2, Serpent's Truths. Harry's head was spinning as he descended the spiral staircase from Dumbledore's office. The corridor was empty, classes already in session. He should have been rushing to Transfiguration, but his feet carried him in a different direction entirely. Chamber beneath the chamber, he muttered, the portrait's words echoing in his mind. Without consciously deciding to, Harry found himself heading toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The pull was undeniable, like a compass needle finding north. Something inside him was drawn to the Chamber of Secrets. He needed answers, and instinct told him they waited below. He was halfway there when a voice called out behind him. "Shouldn't you be in class, Potter?" Harry turned to find Daphne Greengrass watching him, arms crossed over her chest. Unlike most Slytherins, her expression wasn't hostile, just intensely curious. "I could ask you the same thing," Harry replied, studying her more carefully than he ever had before. Daphne Greengrass was tall and poised, with dark blonde hair and intelligent blue eyes that seemed to miss nothing. She'd always been on the periphery of his awareness, a quiet, academically gifted Slytherin who kept to herself and rarely participated in the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry. "I saw you coming from Dumbledore's office," she said. "You looked determined." Harry hesitated. He'd planned to meet her at midnight as her note suggested, but here she was now. "I got your message. And yet you're clearly not waiting until midnight." She glanced down the corridor toward Myrtle's bathroom. "Going somewhere interesting?" "Maybe." Harry wasn't sure how much to reveal. "Why did you contact me?" Daphne stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Because you shattered a blood quill with wandless Parseltongue magic yesterday, and today your magical aura is completely different. The Slytherin common room is buzzing with theories." "What kind of theories?" Harry asked warily. "Some think you've gone dark. Others think you've been possessed." A slight smile curved her lips. "The more observant ones are wondering if you've undergone a magical inheritance ritual. One that revealed something unexpected." Harry's eyes narrowed. "You seem to know a lot about it." "My family preserves old knowledge, Potter. Including recognition signs for awakened bloodline magic." She nodded toward his arm where the snake mark was hidden beneath his sleeve. "The serpent's brand appears only under very specific circumstances." Harry instinctively covered his arm with his hand. "What do you want, Greengrass?" "Information. Alliance. Maybe friendship." She shrugged with practiced casualness. "Depends on what you've actually discovered about yourself." Before Harry could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. "Umbridge," she whispered. "She's been looking for you all morning." Without thinking, Harry grabbed Daphne's wrist and pulled her toward an empty classroom. They slipped inside just as Umbridge's distinctive gait reached the corridor they'd been standing in. "Potter," they heard her call. "I know you're out of class, Mr. Potter." Harry held his breath, pressing his back against the door. Beside him, Daphne stood perfectly still, watching him with an unreadable expression. After a minute, Umbridge's footsteps faded away. "Quick thinking," Daphne said quietly. "Though now we're both hiding from a professor." "Join the club," Harry muttered. "It's basically my full-time job these days." To his surprise, Daphne laughed, a genuine sound with no trace of the typical Slytherin mockery. "You're not what I expected, Potter." "I'm discovering I'm not what anyone expected," Harry replied with a grimace. "Including myself." Daphne studied him intently. "So it's true then? You performed the Sanguinis Revelio?" Harry stared at her in shock. "How could you possibly know that?" "Process of elimination. Your magical signature changed overnight. You're suddenly capable of wandless magic that specifically targets blood magic instruments. And you have a mark that only appears after certain revelation rituals." She raised an eyebrow. I was raised by parents who collect rare magical knowledge. This isn't my first encounter with blood magic aftereffects. Harry made a split-second decision. If he was going to navigate this new reality, he needed allies who understood what he was dealing with. It showed me I'm connected to Salazar Slytherin, he said bluntly, watching for her reaction. Apparently, I'm his reincarnation. To her credit, Daphne didn't laugh or dismiss his claim. Her eyes widened slightly, and she let out a slow breath. That actually makes sense, she said finally. The Parseltongue ability. Your power levels. The way the castle seems to respond to you sometimes. You believe me? Just like that. Magical reincarnation is rare but documented, she said matter-of-factly. Particularly for extremely powerful wizards whose purpose was somehow unfinished. She tilted her head. What's it like? Are you getting his memories? In fragments. Dreams, mostly. And knowledge just appearing in my mind when I need it. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It's disorienting. I imagine so. Daphne gestured to the door. You were heading to the chamber, weren't you? That's the logical place to look for answers. Harry hesitated. I was. But it's dangerous. For a Parselmouth who's Slytherin reborn. She smiled slightly. I doubt it. For anyone with me, Harry clarified. I don't even know what I'll find down there. Daphne squared her shoulders. I'm coming with you. Why would you want to? Are you serious? Daphne looked at him incredulously. The chance to see Salazar Slytherin's legendary chamber. To witness the awakening of his magic after 1,000 years. Any serious magical scholar would kill for this opportunity. Harry considered her for a moment. Having someone who understood ancient magic could be valuable, and something told him he could trust Daphne, at least for now. Fine, he decided. But at the first sign of trouble, you head back. Daphne nodded, then pulled out her wand and cast a quick charm on both of them. Basic disillusionment, she explained. Not as good as your invisibility cloak, but it'll help us get to the bathroom without being spotted. Harry raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. Good thinking. They slipped out of the classroom and made their way cautiously to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Thankfully, Myrtle herself was nowhere to be seen when they arrived. The entrance is at that sink, Harry said, pointing. He approached the sink with the tiny snake scratched on the tap, but before he could speak, he froze. Something was different. The snake etching seemed more defined, almost lifelike, and it appeared to be watching him. What's wrong? Daphne asked, noticing his hesitation. It's changed, Harry murmured. Or I have. He focused on the snake and spoke, the Parseltongue flowing more naturally than ever before. Open for the heir of Slytherin. The sink moved immediately, but instead of simply sliding away as it had before, the entire structure transformed. The pipes twisted and reshaped, forming an elegant spiral staircase descending into darkness. That's new, Harry said, startled. The chamber is responding to you differently, Daphne observed, her eyes bright with scholarly excitement. It recognizes you as Slytherin himself, not merely his heir. Harry took a deep breath and stepped onto the staircase. Stay close. They descended in silence, the stairs carrying them down far deeper than Harry remembered from his second-year adventure. The passageway was cleaner than before, the slime and debris seemingly vanished. Torches with emerald flames ignited automatically as they passed, illuminating ancient stone carvings on the walls, serpents intertwined with symbols Harry somehow recognized as early forms of protective wards. These are incredible, Daphne whispered, running her fingers over one carving. Some of these runes predate the standard magical classification system. They reached the bottom and found themselves in the familiar tunnel leading to the main chamber, but Harry felt a pull toward a different direction. This way, he said, turning toward what appeared to be a solid wall. Without thinking, he placed his palm against the stone. The snake mark on his arm glowed through his sleeve, and the wall shimmered, becoming transparent and then vanishing completely. Salazar's breath, Daphne gasped. Before them stretched an enormous circular chamber unlike the basilisk lair Harry had visited before. This room was clearly designed as living quarters, a magnificent combination of study, laboratory, and personal sanctuary. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes. A large desk occupied one corner, while potion stations and what appeared to be magical research areas filled another. In the center stood a raised dais with a large pensieve-like basin. "This is his private chamber," Harry said, knowledge surfacing unbidden. "Where he worked and studied, away from the others." "It's been perfectly preserved," Daphne said, awe evident in her voice. "The preservation charms must be incredibly powerful." Harry walked forward as if in a trance, drawn to the basin in the center. It wasn't a pensieve exactly, but something similar, a scrying pool designed for communication and remote viewing. "He used this to watch over his students," Harry murmured. "To make sure they were safe when he traveled." "You remember using it?" Daphne asked quietly. Harry nodded, the memory crystal clear. He would check on specific students. Muggle-born children who had escaped witch hunts. He wanted to ensure they weren't discovered. "That doesn't match what history says about him," Daphne noted. "History got it wrong," Harry said firmly. "Or someone deliberately changed it." He continued around the chamber, touching objects that sparked memories, a silver dagger used in protective rituals, a collection of snake figurines that served as remote eyes and ears throughout the castle, journals filled with a spidery handwriting he somehow knew how to read. "These are his research notes," Harry said, carefully opening one leather-bound volume. "Theories on protective magic, ways to shield magical children from detection by muggles." Daphne had moved to examine the bookshelves. "Potter, some of these texts are thought to be lost forever. Magical theory that predates modern classification. Original works by Mesopotamian wizards." Harry was only half listening. His attention had been caught by a large tapestry hanging on the far wall, a family tree, similar to the black family tapestry at Grimmauld Place, but far older and more extensive. "Slytherin's bloodline," he breathed, approaching it. The tapestry glowed faintly as he neared, and to his shock, new threads began to weave themselves at the bottom, forming names and connections. He watched as his own name appeared, connected by a glowing green line to Salazar's name at the top. Not blood relation, Harry realized. Soul connection. But there were other names appearing too, blood descendants of Slytherin's family line. His eyes traced the generations, watching as the line narrowed and thinned until it reached a name that made his blood run cold, Tom Marvolo Riddle. "Voldemort is Slytherin's blood descendant," Daphne said quietly, having joined him. "And you're his sole descendant. 2 heirs, of different kinds." Harry stared at the tapestry, understanding dawning. "That's why he could transfer powers to me as a baby. That's why we're connected. We both have claims to Slytherin's legacy." "But different claims," Daphne pointed out. "Blood can corrupt over generations. The soul remains true to its original nature." A sudden flash of insight hit Harry. "The basilisk listened to both of us because we both carried Slytherin's gift for Parseltongue. But it tried to kill me because Riddle commanded it to. He had enough of Slytherin's blood to control it, but not enough of his intention to use it properly." Harry continued examining the chamber, finding more evidence that contradicted the historical portrayal of Slytherin. Notes showing concern for Muggle-born student safety. Protective amulets designed to shield young witches and wizards from witch hunters. And most surprisingly, collaborative research with Rowena Ravenclaw on ways to identify magical children earlier to remove them from dangerous situations. "He wasn't a blood purist," Harry said finally, looking up from a journal. "He was trying to protect magical children from being killed by muggles. The witch hunts were real, and he'd seen children burned." "That matches some of the older historical accounts," Daphne said thoughtfully. Before the ministry standardized magical education texts in the 1700s. My family has preserved some pre-ministry histories that suggest the founders' split was more complicated than modern books claim. Harry nodded, memories continuing to surface. Godric wanted to stand and fight, to face the Muggles openly. Rowena wanted to hide in isolation. Helga tried to mediate. And Slytherin. He closed his eyes, seeing it clearly. Slytherin wanted selective admission to protect the school, but also wanted to find and rescue Muggle-born children before they could be harmed. His methods must have been controversial, Daphne surmised. Dark magic was likely involved. Yes, Harry agreed, opening his eyes. He used blood magic to track magical children born to Muggle families. Godric considered it too intrusive, too close to dark arts. They argued about it constantly. As he spoke, Harry noticed a large stone chest in one corner of the room, marked with the same snake symbol that was now on his arm. Drawn to it, he placed his hand on the lid, and the snake mark burned warmly again. The chest opened silently. Inside lay a collection of items that made Harry's breath catch, Slytherin's personal effects. A silver locket set with emeralds. Formal robes of green and silver. A journal bound in basilisk skin. And most prominently, a wand made of dark wood with intricate serpent carvings along its length. His wand, Harry whispered, reaching for it without thinking. Potter, wait, Daphne began, but it was too late. As his fingers closed around the wand, a surge of magic unlike anything Harry had ever experienced flooded through him. It wasn't the warm, friendly connection he felt with his phoenix feather wand, but something deeper and more primal, like touching a live wire connected directly to the Earth's magical core. Images flashed through his mind at lightning speed, spells, rituals, magical theory far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. Knowledge that had died with Slytherin now poured into Harry's consciousness, unlocked by the connection between wand and soul. He gasped, falling to his knees as the torrent of information threatened to overwhelm him. Dimly, he was aware of Daphne kneeling beside him, her hand on his shoulder, her voice calling his name from what seemed like miles away. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the flood subsided to a manageable stream. Harry blinked, finding himself still kneeling on the chamber floor, Slytherin's wand clutched in his right hand while his phoenix wand remained in his pocket. Potter? Harry? Are you all right? Daphne's voice was tight with concern. I'm okay, he managed, his voice hoarse. It was just, a lot at once. You were speaking Parseltongue, she told him. For nearly 5 minutes straight. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. It felt perfectly balanced, as if made for him, which, in a way, he supposed it had been. It recognized me, he said. And it showed me, everything. His knowledge. His magic. Can you use both wands now? Daphne asked, eyeing Slytherin's wand warily. Harry considered the question. I think so. They serve different purposes. He carefully placed Slytherin's wand in his inside robe pocket, next to but not touching his phoenix wand. This one is for different magic. Older magic, Daphne nodded. Magic that doesn't work the same way as what we're taught at Hogwarts. They continued exploring the chamber, discovering more revelations about Salazar's true work and character. A hidden doorway led to a small potions laboratory where Slytherin had developed remedies for magical ailments common among persecuted magical children, burns, injuries from torture, trauma-induced magical outbursts. Another alcove revealed what appeared to be a training room, with practice dummies and mirrored walls designed for perfecting spellwork. Harry recognized it instantly. He had spent countless hours here in his previous life, developing protective magic that could be taught to even the youngest students. He created a defense curriculum, Harry realized. The first defense against the dark arts program at Hogwarts was his initiative. For protecting against Muggles? Daphne asked. Harry shook his head. Not just Muggles. Dark wizards too. There were those who wanted to use magic to dominate rather than protect. The irony wasn't lost on him. Slytherin opposed them as fiercely as he opposed witch hunters. As they explored, Harry found himself accessing more of Slytherin's memories and knowledge, not in the overwhelming flood from the wand, but in clearer, more integrated ways. It was as if exploring the chamber was helping his mind organize and absorb what the ritual had awakened. "We should head back soon," Daphne said eventually, checking her watch. "It's almost time for afternoon classes, and people will notice if we're both missing." Harry nodded reluctantly. "You're right. But I need to come back. There's so much more to learn here." "And you will," Daphne assured him. "But you need to be careful about who notices your absences. Umbridge is already suspicious, and Malfoy watches you constantly." At the mention of Malfoy, Harry frowned. "What's Malfoy been saying about me in Slytherin?" Daphne's expression turned calculating. "He's intrigued by your display of power against Umbridge. He wrote to his father about it immediately." "Lucius Malfoy knowing is not good news," Harry said grimly. "No, it's not," Daphne agreed. "The old pureblood families will be very interested in Slytherin's magic resurfacing. Some will see opportunity, others threat." They gathered a few items to take with them, a journal Harry felt drawn to, a small silver device that functioned as a magical detector, and a ring bearing Slytherin's crest that had literally jumped into Harry's palm when he passed its display. As they prepared to leave, Harry paused at the scrying basin, an idea forming. He placed his hands on its edge and concentrated, allowing Slytherin's knowledge to guide him. "Show me Hogwarts," he hissed in Parseltongue. The water in the basin swirled, then cleared to show various parts of the castle in rapid succession: classrooms, corridors, the Great Hall. Harry focused his thoughts more specifically. "Show me Dolores Umbridge." The image settled on Umbridge in her office, writing a letter with a look of grim satisfaction. Harry leaned closer, able to make out the recipient's name at the top of the parchment: Cornelius Fudge. "She's writing to the minister," Harry told Daphne. "Probably about me. Can you see what it says?" Harry concentrated again, and the image zoomed in on the parchment. "Disturbing development with Potter, recommend immediate removal from Hogwarts, danger to other students, suspect dark influences." Harry pulled back from the basin with a scowl. "She's trying to get me expelled." "Not surprising," Daphne said, "but concerning. The ministry could cause real problems if they decide you're a threat." "Add it to the list," Harry muttered. "Come on, we should go." They made their way back up the spiral staircase, Harry sealing the chamber behind them with another Parseltongue command. When they emerged in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Harry checked the Marauder's map to ensure the coast was clear. "We've missed lunch completely," Daphne noted. "I've got arithmancy next." "You." "Charms," Harry replied. "Listen, Greengrass, Daphne," she corrected. "I think we're past surnames at this point, Potter." Harry smiled slightly. "Harry, then." "Daphne, I need to ask, why are you helping me? What's in it for you?" She considered him thoughtfully. "Multiple reasons. Academic curiosity. Political positioning." A slight smile. "And perhaps I'm tired of watching Slytherin's reputation be dragged through the mud by people who've corrupted his vision." "You mean people like Malfoy? Or Voldemort?" Harry asked bluntly. Daphne didn't flinch at the name. "Both. The old families talk about Slytherin's greatness while understanding nothing of what he actually stood for. If you're truly his reincarnation and intend to restore his true legacy." She shrugged. "That's something worth supporting." Harry studied her, looking for deception but finding only careful determination. "It could be dangerous. Especially once Voldemort finds out." "I'm not a Gryffindor," Daphne replied, "but that doesn't mean I lack courage. It means I calculate my risks before taking them." Harry nodded. "Fair enough. What happens now?" "We continue meeting. You learn more about your abilities. I help you understand the political landscape you're entering. She paused. And we keep this between us for now. The fewer people who know, the better. I've already told Ron and Hermione, Harry admitted. And Dumbledore knows. Daphne looked unsurprised. Your friends were inevitable, though you might find their reactions evolve as your changes become more pronounced. As for Dumbledore, she frowned slightly, be cautious about how much you reveal to him. Why? He's trying to help. Perhaps. But Dumbledore has his own vision for the wizarding world, one that might not accommodate a resurgent Slytherin legacy, even in your hands. Her expression was serious. Just consider that his agenda may not always align with what's best for you. Harry wanted to disagree, to defend Dumbledore, but recent experience made him hold his tongue. The headmaster's distance this year, his refusal to explain crucial information, it didn't inspire complete confidence. I'll keep that in mind, he said finally. We should go before we're missed. They parted ways at the bathroom door, Daphne heading toward the arithmancy classroom while Harry made for charms. His mind was racing with everything they'd discovered, but one thing was becoming increasingly clear: the history he'd been taught about Salazar Slytherin was, at best, incomplete, and at worst, deliberately falsified. And that raised a troubling question: what other historical truths might actually be lies? The rest of the day passed in a blur for Harry. He went through the motions in his classes, his mind constantly returning to the chamber and its revelations. By dinner time, both Ron and Hermione had noticed his distraction. You've been weird all day, Ron said as they sat at the Gryffindor table. Did something happen with Dumbledore? Harry glanced around, ensuring no one was listening. Not just Dumbledore. I found something important. I need to tell you both, but not here. Room of requirement after dinner? Hermione suggested, concern evident in her expression. Harry nodded. And we need to be careful. Umbridge is watching me even more closely now. As if summoned by her name, Umbridge entered the great hall and made directly for the Slytherin table. Harry watched as she bent to speak to Draco Malfoy, whose pointed face lit up with malicious pleasure. Whatever she was asking him, Malfoy was happy to answer. That can't be good, Ron muttered, following Harry's gaze. She's building a case against me, Harry said grimly. Trying to get testimony from other students. About yesterday? Hermione asked. Partly. But I think it's more than that now. Harry unconsciously touched his inner pocket where Slytherin's wand rested. She senses something's changed. They all do. He wasn't wrong. Throughout dinner, Harry was acutely aware of being watched, not just by Umbridge and Malfoy, but by other students from all houses. Some looks were curious, others wary. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass maintained her usual poised indifference, but Harry caught her subtle nod when their eyes briefly met. More surprising was Snape's attention. The potions master's dark eyes followed Harry with an intensity that was different from his usual contempt. There was something calculating in that gaze now, something almost interested. After dinner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way carefully to the 7th floor, using the Marauder's map to avoid Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad. Once inside the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a cozy study space with comfortable chairs and a crackling fire, Harry told them everything: his meeting with Dumbledore, his exploration of the chamber with Daphne, and the revelations about Slytherin's true history and intentions. You went into the chamber with a Slytherin? Ron exclaimed. Are you mental? Daphne knows things about old magic that we don't, Harry defended. And she recognized what was happening to me right away. That's what worries me, Hermione said, frowning. How convenient that she appeared exactly when you needed someone with that specific knowledge. Harry hadn't considered that. You think it's a trap? I don't know, Hermione admitted. But it seems unlikely that she just happened to notice your magical signature changing when even most teachers didn't. Unless she was specifically watching for it, Harry countered. She said her family preserves knowledge about old magic. Maybe they've been waiting for something like this. Ron looked uncomfortable. Mate, don't take this the wrong way, but, you're starting to sound different. More like a Slytherin. Harry stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? Just that you're thinking about alliances and political angles and stuff you never cared about before, Ron said defensively. It's weird, that's all. I have to think about those things now, Harry replied, trying to keep frustration from his voice. This isn't just about me anymore. It's bigger than that. That's what concerns me, Hermione said quietly. How much of this is you, Harry, and how much is Slytherin's influence? The question hit Harry hard because he'd been wondering the same thing. Where did Harry Potter end and Salazar Slytherin begin? The lines were blurring more each day. I don't know, he admitted. But I'm still me, Hermione. I still care about the same things, the same people. I just know more now. See more. What about Slytherin's wand? She pressed. Carrying 2 wands, especially one that belonged to a founder, that's significant, Harry. Harry pulled out Slytherin's wand, its serpentine carvings catching the firelight. It recognized me. And it's shown me magic I never knew existed, protective spells, healing techniques, ways to shield minds from outside influence. Does it work like a normal wand? Ron asked, eyeing it warily. In response, Harry pointed it at a cushion and thought of a simple levitation charm. The cushion not only rose but glowed with a soft green light as it did so, moving with greater precision than his usual spellwork allowed. It amplifies certain types of magic, Harry explained, feeling the knowledge surface. Protective magic especially. And it can channel Parseltongue spells that ordinary wands can't. That could be incredibly useful against Voldemort, Hermione acknowledged, her academic interest clearly warring with her concerns. If you can access magic he doesn't know. Exactly. Harry returned the wand to his pocket. But first I need to master it. Understand what I'm capable of now. And what about the DA? Hermione asked. Will you tell them? Harry had been avoiding this question all day. The DA, Dumbledore's army, was his defense group, students learning to protect themselves when Umbridge refused to teach proper defense against the dark arts. They trusted him, followed his lead. How would they react to learning their teacher was the reincarnation of Salazar Slytherin? I don't know, he said honestly. Some of them wouldn't understand. Like half the group, Ron snorted. I mean, Ernie Macmillan still goes on about you being the heir of Slytherin from second year sometimes. But keeping secrets hasn't worked well for us in the past, Hermione pointed out. And if your magic is changing, they'll notice anyway. I'll decide after our next meeting, Harry said. See how things go. They discussed strategies for dealing with Umbridge, the feasibility of continuing Harry's explorations of the chamber, and the implications of Lucius Malfoy potentially learning about Harry's connection to Slytherin. By the time they finished, curfew was approaching. Just be careful, Harry, Hermione said as they prepared to leave. Whatever Slytherin's true intentions were, his methods were still controversial enough to cause a rift with the other founders. That kind of magic comes with risks. I know, Harry assured her. I'm not diving in blindly. I'm being cautious. Ron clapped him on the shoulder awkwardly. And we've got your back, mate. Even if you start hissing in your sleep or growing scales or whatever. Harry laughed, grateful for his friend's attempt at lightening the mood. Thanks, Ron. That's reassuring. They checked the map again before heading back to Gryffindor Tower, narrowly avoiding Filch by taking a lesser-known passageway. As they climbed through the portrait hole, Harry noticed several students looking up at his entrance, whispering among themselves. News travels fast, he muttered to Hermione. It always does when it's about you, she replied. Just try to act normal. Acting normal, however, was becoming increasingly difficult. That night, Harry's dreams were more vivid than ever, not nightmares about Voldemort, but memories of teaching ancient magic to gifted students in a chamber deep beneath Hogwarts. He woke feeling more Slytherin than Potter, his mind filled with spells and techniques that hadn't been taught at Hogwarts in centuries. The snake mark on his arm had darkened further, looking less like a tattoo and more like a living entity temporarily at rest on his skin. When he experimentally hissed a greeting to it, the snake moved, slithering around his wrist before settling back into its original position. Definitely not normal, Harry muttered to himself as he dressed for the day. Breakfast brought new complications. An owl arrived for Harry bearing an official-looking letter sealed with the Ministry crest. He opened it with a sense of foreboding, unsurprised to find a summons to appear before the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Monitoring of Underage Sorcery. "They can't expel you for accidental magic," Hermione insisted after reading the letter. "Especially not defensive magic." "This isn't about justice, Hermione," Harry replied grimly. "It's about Umbridge and Fudge wanting me gone." Before they could discuss it further, Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Potter, Professor Snape wishes to see you in his office immediately." "Now?" Harry asked, surprised. "But I have Transfiguration first period." "I'm aware of your schedule, Potter," McGonagall said dryly. "I've excused you from my class this morning." Professor Snape was insistent that this matter couldn't wait. As McGonagall walked away, Ron looked horrified. "Snape requesting you specially? That can't be good." "Maybe he knows something about the Ministry summons," Harry suggested, though he suspected it was about something else entirely. "Be careful what you say to him," Hermione warned. "Remember, he's still in contact with the Order and Dumbledore." Harry nodded and headed for the dungeons, his mind racing. What could Snape want? The professor had been watching him closely since the potion incident, but had made no direct approach until now. Snape's office was as unwelcoming as ever, dark, filled with disturbing specimens in jars, and permeated with the smell of potion ingredients. The professor himself stood behind his desk, his expression even more inscrutable than usual. "Close the door, Potter," he said without preamble. Harry obeyed, then stood waiting. Snape studied him for a long moment, his black eyes boring into Harry as if trying to see through him. "You've been busy," Snape finally said. "Breaking into restricted magical areas. Performing illegal blood rituals. Accessing forgotten magic. One might almost think you were determined to get yourself expelled. Or worse." "I don't know what you're talking about, Professor," Harry replied automatically. Snape's lip curled. "Don't insult my intelligence. Your magical signature has changed dramatically. Even those with minimal sensitivity can perceive it." He moved around the desk, circling Harry slowly. "The question is not what you've done, that much is obvious to anyone with knowledge of ancient practices. The question is what you've become." Harry remained silent, unsure how to respond. Snape seemed to know far more than he should, but admitting to anything could be dangerous. "Nothing to say?" Snape prodded. "Perhaps this will loosen your tongue." Without warning, Snape drew his wand and cast non-verbally. Harry felt the probe of legilimency against his mind, but unlike previous encounters, where Snape had easily breached his defenses, this time something different happened. Knowledge surged from deep within Harry, occlumency techniques far more sophisticated than anything Snape had taught him. Without conscious thought, Harry's mind organized itself into a defensive configuration, with false memories and thoughts positioned as decoys while his true consciousness retreated behind multiple layers of protection. Snape's probe encountered the outer defenses and pushed, only to find himself trapped in a loop of meaningless surface thoughts. After several seconds, he withdrew, his eyes widening slightly. "Impressive," he said softly. "Particularly for someone who showed no aptitude for mental defense mere weeks ago." Harry said nothing, maintaining the mental shields that had manifested so effortlessly. "Only one wizard I've ever encountered used that particular occlumency technique," Snape continued, studying Harry with new intensity. "A technique documented in only one known text, Salazar Slytherin's personal grimoire, long thought lost. Maybe you're not as good at legilimency as you think, Harry suggested, trying to deflect. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, a calculation being made, a conclusion reached. "Roll up your left sleeve, Potter," he said abruptly. Harry hesitated, then complied, revealing the snake mark winding around his forearm. Snape inhaled sharply, reaching out as if to touch it before catching himself. "The serpent's brand," he murmured. "It appears only when Slytherin's magic recognizes its rightful wielder." His eyes snapped to Harry's face. "What exactly did your ritual reveal, Potter?" Harry decided that partial honesty might be the safest approach. "That I have a connection to Slytherin. His magic responds to me." "A connection," Snape repeated skeptically. "Not merely a connection, I think. The brand, the acclimacy, the sudden aptitude for potions, these suggest something far more profound." He leaned closer. "What are you not telling me?" Harry met his gaze steadily. "Why should I tell you anything, Professor? You've never given me reason to trust you. Because, you foolish boy, you are dabbling in magic that could consume you entirely." Snape's voice remained low but gained urgency. "Magical awakening of this magnitude has destroyed wizards far more experienced than yourself." "I'm handling it," Harry insisted. "Are you?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Or is it handling you? How much of Potter remains when Slytherin's magic flows through you? Can you even tell the difference anymore?" The question struck too close to Harry's own fears, and he responded more honestly than he intended. "Enough of me remains to know that his legacy isn't what history claims. He wasn't evil. He was trying to protect magical children." Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "So you've accessed his memories as well. Interesting." Snape moved to a bookshelf and removed a volume bound in ancient leather. "Do you know what this is, Potter?" Harry felt a pull of recognition. "A journal. One of Slytherin's." "Correct. One of the few authentic writings of Salazar Slytherin that survived the purges of the 17th century, when the Ministry systematically destroyed dangerous historical texts." Snape opened the book carefully. "It has been passed down through certain families committed to preserving true magical history." "Your family?" Harry asked, surprised. "No." Snape's voice was flat. "This comes from the Prince line, my mother's family. They were scholars, not warriors, and maintained connections to all four founders' original works." He turned the book toward Harry, revealing pages covered in an elegant script that Harry recognized immediately, the same handwriting he'd seen in the Chamber's journals. More surprising was that he could read it perfectly, despite it being written in an archaic form of English interspersed with Latin and Parseltongue. "You can read it, can't you?" Snape observed. "Even the Parseltongue passages that appear as meaningless symbols to everyone else." Harry nodded, unable to deny it. The text described protective wards designed to shield magical children from detection, exactly the kind of magic Slytherin had been developing in Harry's recovered memories. "This journal documents Slytherin's true purpose," Snape said quietly. "Not the eradication of Muggleborns, but their protection and education during a time of extreme danger. A purpose corrupted by his descendants and deliberately misrepresented by history." Harry looked up in surprise. "You know the truth about him?" "Some of it." Snape closed the book carefully. "Enough to recognize that what is happening to you is unprecedented, and potentially valuable in the coming conflict." "With Voldemort," Harry said, watching Snape flinch slightly at the name. "Yes. The Dark Lord believes himself Slytherin's true heir, carrying forward what he perceives as the Founder's mission of blood purification." Snape's voice was carefully neutral. "How interesting that Slytherin's own magic appears to have chosen a different vessel." "What do you want from me?" Harry asked bluntly. "Information. Cooperation." Snape placed the journal back on the shelf. "And perhaps, Guidance. Guidance? From me? Harry couldn't keep the disbelief from his voice. Not from Potter, Snape clarified with a slight sneer. From whatever portion of Slytherin's knowledge you now access. There are aspects of his work that remain mysterious even to those who have studied him extensively. Harry considered this unexpected request. Snape, of all people, asking for his help, or rather, for Slytherin's help through him. What would I get in return? Harry asked, a calculation that felt more Slytherin than his usual approach. Snape's lips twitched, almost approving. Protection. Both from the Ministry's current interest in you and from those within the school who might react, poorly, to your transformation. Additionally, access to texts and knowledge about Founder-era magic that even Dumbledore does not possess. It was a tempting offer, especially with the Ministry summons hanging over him. But Harry remained cautious. And what would you tell Dumbledore? Or Voldemort, for that matter? Snape's expression hardened. My position is complex, as you well know. But in this matter, I am willing to establish a separate arrangement. What passes between us regarding Slytherin's magic remains private, unless you expressly permit its sharing. Why would you do that? Harry pressed. You've never shown any interest in helping me before. This is not about you, Potter, Snape said coldly. This is about magical knowledge that transcends our personal animosities. Knowledge that could prove crucial in the coming war. Harry thought it over. Having Snape as an ally, however reluctant, could be valuable, especially given his extensive knowledge of both dark magic and potions. And if Snape could help with the Ministry summons. I'll consider it, Harry said finally. But I need time to think. Snape nodded. Understandable. But do not take too long. The Ministry moves against you, and others will soon notice what I have observed. He reached into his desk and withdrew a small vial of silvery potion. Take this. What is it? Harry asked suspiciously. A temporary magical signature dampener. It will mask the changes in your aura for approximately 12 hours, enough to get through today without drawing further attention. Snape's expression was grave. The headmaster has persuaded Madame Umbridge to delay your Ministry appearance while he addresses certain procedural concerns. But her patience will not last indefinitely. Harry accepted the vial, surprised by this unexpected aid. Thank you, Professor. Do not thank me yet, Snape replied coolly. We have merely established a potential mutual interest. Nothing more. As Harry turned to leave, Snape added, one final question, Potter. Have you ventured into the chamber recently? Harry paused, considering his answer carefully. Yes. And what did you find there? The truth, Harry said simply, then left before Snape could interrogate him further. The potion worked exactly as Snape had promised. Throughout the day, Harry felt the intense scrutiny he'd been under lighten considerably. Even Umbridge, who watched him like a hawk during defense class, seemed less fixated, though her saccharine smile still held malice whenever their eyes met. By evening, Harry had made his decision. He would cautiously work with Snape, sharing limited information in exchange for protection and knowledge. The war with Voldemort was coming, and Harry needed every advantage he could get. But first, he had another commitment, the DA meeting scheduled for that night. As he prepared the room of requirement, setting up practice dummies and arranging reference materials, he wrestled with Hermione's question, should he tell the group about his connection to Slytherin? Students began arriving in small groups, chatting excitedly about what they might learn that evening. Harry had planned to teach them shield charms, building on the disarming spells they'd mastered previously. But as the room filled, he felt a growing certainty that they needed something more substantial, something that could genuinely protect them if Voldemort's followers attacked. Once everyone had arrived, Harry cleared his throat for attention. The room quieted immediately, all eyes turning to him expectantly. Thanks for coming, he began. Tonight we're going to work on something different. Something more advanced than what I'd originally planned. More advanced than shield charms? Zacharias Smith asked skeptically. Like what? Harry took a deep breath. Like proper magical protection. Not just blocking spells, but creating defensive barriers that can repel multiple attackers. Hermione gave him a sharp look. This wasn't what they had discussed. Even more advanced members like Ginny and Luna straightened with interest. That sounds like Newt-level magic, Terry Boot commented. Can you really teach us that? I can, Harry said with a confidence that wasn't entirely his own. It's actually an older form of protection magic that's more intuitive than the spells taught in class. It focuses on intent and visualization rather than perfect wand movement. Without fully realizing what he was doing, Harry began instructing them in a defensive technique he'd never consciously learned, a method of creating personal shields that responded to the caster's will and could be maintained with minimal concentration. The knowledge flowed through him naturally, as if he'd taught it 100 times before. Which, he realized with a start, Slytherin had. The DA members paired up and began practicing, with Harry moving among them to offer guidance. To his surprise, many caught on quickly, especially those who stopped overthinking the process and simply followed their magical instincts. This is brilliant, Harry, Neville said enthusiastically after successfully maintaining a shield against 3 consecutive stinging hexes from Luna. Where did you learn this? The question hung in the air, and Harry felt several other members listening for his answer. From an old book, he said, which wasn't entirely untrue. There are magical techniques that have been forgotten over time that are actually more effective than modern spells. My gran says the same thing, Neville nodded. That modern wizards rely too much on standardized spellwork and not enough on magical intuition. Exactly, Harry agreed, relieved at Neville's support. As the session continued, Harry noticed Cho Chang watching him with a thoughtful expression. When he approached to check her progress, she lowered her voice. You seem different, Harry, she said. More confident. More focused. I've been practicing a lot, he replied evasively. It's more than that. Her dark eyes studied him intently. Your magic feels different. Stronger, but also, older somehow. Before Harry could respond, a commotion near the door drew everyone's attention. Dobby the house elf had appeared, his tennis ball eyes wide with panic. Harry Potter, sir, he squeaked. Dobby has come to warn you, she is coming. Umbridge? Harry asked sharply. She's found us. Dobby nodded frantically. With others, sir. They are searching now. Chaos erupted as students scrambled to gather their things. Everyone stay calm. Harry called over the noise. Leave in small groups. Different directions. Go. As the DA members began filing out urgently, Harry made a split-second decision. Wait. Before you go. He raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. There's something you should know. Something that might explain some changes you've noticed. Harry, is this really the time? Hermione hissed, pulling on his arm. But Harry felt a sudden, overwhelming need for honesty with these people who had trusted him enough to follow his leadership. I recently discovered something about myself, he said quickly, aware of the precious seconds ticking by. I have a magical connection to one of the founders. To Salazar Slytherin. The room went completely silent, shock evident on every face. What kind of connection? Michael Corner finally asked. A deep one, Harry admitted. His magic is part of mine now. That's how I knew the technique we practiced today, it was originally his. Reactions varied dramatically. Some students looked horrified, others fascinated. The Ravenclaws seemed more intrigued than alarmed, while several Hufflepuffs took involuntary steps backward. Are you saying you're him? Ernie Macmillan asked, his voice higher than usual. No, Harry said firmly. I'm still Harry. But I can access his knowledge, his magical techniques. And what I'm learning contradicts everything we've been taught about him. He wasn't evil. He wasn't anti-Muggleborn. He was trying to protect magical children during the witch hunts. This is mental, Zacharias Smith declared. Potter's finally cracked. Actually, Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice cut in, it makes perfect sense. Daddy's written about historical revisionism in the ministry's educational programs. The founders' true histories were systematically altered in the 1600s to support the statute of secrecy narrative. She's coming. Dobby reminded them frantically, tugging on Harry's robes. Harry Potter must go now. We'll talk more later, Harry promised as everyone began rushing for the exits again. Just, keep an open mind. And what I've taught you will work, regardless of where it came from. The evacuation resumed with renewed urgency. Harry stayed behind with Ron and Hermione to ensure everyone got away safely, then they made their own escape, consulting the Marauders' map to avoid Umbridge and her squad. I can't believe you told them, Hermione whispered as they hurried down a back staircase. They deserve to know, Harry replied. They're risking expulsion to learn from me. They should understand who they're really learning from. But now it'll be all over the school by morning, Ron pointed out. Everyone will know. Good, Harry said with unexpected firmness. I'm tired of hiding. If Umbridge wants to come after me for who I am, let her try. They reached a junction where they needed to separate, Ron and Hermione toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry in another direction. Where are you going? Hermione asked. I need to check something in the chamber, Harry explained. I'll be back before curfew. But Umbridge, Hermione began. Won't find me there, Harry assured her. It's the one place in the castle she can't access. Ron looked uncertain. Are you sure that's a good idea, mate? You've been spending a lot of time down there lately. I need to understand what's happening to me, Ron. The answers are down there. Harry checked the map again. Go on, I'll be fine. After a moment's hesitation, his friends nodded and departed. Harry made his way carefully to Myrtle's bathroom, avoiding patrols with the map's help. Once inside, he quickly opened the chamber entrance and descended into the depths of the castle. This time, he didn't go to Slytherin's study. Instead, guided by intuition, he followed a different passage that branched off from the main corridor, one he hadn't noticed during previous visits. It led deeper into the foundations of Hogwarts, the air growing older and heavier with each step. Finally, the passage opened into a circular room dominated by a large stone basin similar to the scrying pool in Slytherin's study, but much larger. Ancient runes were carved around its rim, and the water within glowed with a soft, silvery light. The Heart Pool, Harry murmured, the name coming to him from Slytherin's memories. This was where Slytherin had conducted his most powerful magic, rituals designed to protect Hogwarts and its students from outside threats. It drew power from the castle's own magical foundation, channeling it for the founders' use. Harry approached reverently, feeling the ancient magic pulsing around him. When he reached the edge of the basin, he placed his hands on the stone rim as he'd seen Slytherin do in his memories. Instantly, a connection formed. The snake mark on his arm flared brilliantly, and the water in the basin began to swirl. Images appeared on its surface, not reflections, but visions. Harry saw Hogwarts as it had been 1,000 years ago, still under construction. He saw the four founders working together, their magic complementary and harmonious despite their differences. Then the visions shifted to the present day. He saw Umbridge in her office, questioning a terrified-looking Marietta Edgecombe about the DA meeting. He saw Dumbledore in his study, deep in conversation with what appeared to be the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. And most disturbingly, he saw Lucius Malfoy meeting with Cornelius Fudge, both men looking grimly determined as they examined a document bearing the Ministry seal. "Show me Voldemort," Harry whispered, curious to test the basin's limits. The water churned, struggled, then cleared to reveal a dimly lit room where a pale, snake-like figure sat in a high-backed chair. Voldemort was alone, his skeletal fingers tracing patterns in the air as if working through a complex magical problem. His expression was one of intense concentration, occasionally shifting to frustration. Harry leaned closer, fascinated and repulsed in equal measure. What was Voldemort trying to accomplish? As if sensing Harry's observation, Voldemort suddenly looked up, his red eyes narrowing. For a heart-stopping moment, Harry feared the Dark Lord had somehow detected the scrying, but then Voldemort returned to his work, apparently unaware of being watched. Harry pulled back, ending the vision. The implications were significant. He could potentially monitor Voldemort's activities without the painful visions that had plagued him previously. This was a strategic advantage of immense value. But there was more to discover. Harry circled the heart pool, noting 4 alcoves set into the walls at cardinal points. Each contained a pedestal bearing a symbol, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. The snake pedestal glowed faintly as Harry approached it. "Reveal your secrets," he hissed in Parseltongue. The pedestal split open, revealing a small compartment containing a silver medallion engraved with a serpent. Harry recognized it immediately from Slytherin's memories, the Founder's Focus, a tool for channeling and amplifying specific types of magic. Without hesitation, Harry took the medallion and slipped it around his neck. Immediately, his perception of the castle's magic sharpened dramatically. He could sense the wards, the protective enchantments, the very bones of Hogwarts as if they were extensions of his own body. More importantly, he could feel weaknesses, places where the castle's defenses had deteriorated over centuries of neglect or mismanagement. Vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies like Voldemort. This is why the ritual happened now, Harry realized aloud. Hogwarts is in danger, not just from Umbridge, but from what's coming. The castle itself called Slytherin's magic back to repair the protections. It made perfect sense. The timing of his discovery of the ritual, the accelerated awakening of Slytherin's abilities, the way the castle seemed to respond to him, it wasn't random. It was necessity. Harry approached the heart pool again, this time with a clear purpose. Guided by instinct and Slytherin's knowledge, he began a ritual to assess the castle's magical foundations. He drew Slytherin's wand, finding it more appropriate for this ancient magic than his phoenix wand. Fundamenta Revelio, he chanted, moving the wand in a complex pattern over the pool's surface. The water turned from silver to gold, then began projecting a three-dimensional magical map of Hogwarts that hovered above the basin. Harry could see the castle's magical structure in its entirety, wards, enchantments, and spells layered over centuries by successive headmasters and professors. But there were gaps. Serious ones. The foundational protection against dark magic had weakened significantly, particularly around the boundaries of the grounds. The anti-Muggle charms remained strong, but the defenses against magical attack, the ones that would matter most if Voldemort laid siege to the school, were dangerously compromised. "This is worse than I thought," Harry muttered. He spent the next hour examining the magical schematic in detail, identifying critical vulnerabilities and considering possible remedies. According to Slytherin's knowledge surfacing in his mind, many of these issues could be addressed, but it would require significant magical work, and access to the other Founder's focuses as well. So absorbed was Harry in this analysis that he lost track of time completely. Only when the medallion around his neck grew suddenly warm did he realize someone was approaching the chamber entrance far above. Harry quickly shut down the magical projection and concealed the heart pool room, then made his way back to the main passage. Using the medallion's enhanced perception, he sensed 2 magical signatures entering the chamber, one he recognized immediately as Daphne Greengrass, the other unfamiliar but bearing the distinct magical trace of a Slytherin student. Pulling out the Marauder's map, Harry checked the bathroom entrance. The second name appeared, Theodore Nott. Harry frowned. Nott was a Slytherin in their year, son of a Death Eater, but quieter and more scholarly than Malfoy's crowd. Why would Daphne bring him to the chamber? Rather than reveal himself immediately, Harry disillusioned himself and moved silently toward Slytherin's study where he could hear their voices echoing. "This is incredible," Nott was saying, his normally reserved voice tinged with awe. "It's exactly as the old texts described." "I told you," Daphne replied. "Everything's changing, Theo. The old balance is shifting. And Potter is really not left the question hanging. Yes. I've seen enough to be certain. Daphne's voice was firm. It's not possession or influence. It's genuine reincarnation magic. Slytherin's essence has awakened in him. My father would kill for this information, Nott said quietly. Which is why you won't tell him, Daphne responded sharply. We agreed, Theo. This stays between us until we decide where we stand. I know. There was a pause. It's just, if Potter is truly Slytherin reborn, that changes everything. The Dark Lord's claim, the pure-blood agenda, all of it. Exactly. Daphne sounded satisfied. Now you understand why I needed you to see this. We need to make decisions based on the actual truth, not propaganda from either side. Harry had heard enough. He cancelled the disillusionment charm and stepped into the study doorway. Interesting conversation, he said coolly. Both Slytherins whirled around, startled. Nott went for his wand instinctively, but Daphne caught his arm. Potter, she greeted, recovering quickly. I expected you might be down here. Clearly, Harry replied, studying Nott's reaction. The boy looked nervous but not hostile. What I didn't expect was company. I can explain, Daphne said calmly. Theo is my oldest friend, and one of the few Slytherins who questions the Dark Lord's agenda. I trust him completely. And I should trust your judgment because... Harry let the question hang. Nott straightened, meeting Harry's gaze directly. Because I've spent 5 years watching my father and his associates destroy everything Slytherin House is supposed to stand for. Because I've read the original histories, not the ministry-approved versions. And because I'm tired of being associated with idiots like Malfoy who think blood status is more important than magical ability. It was probably the most Harry had ever heard Nott speak at once. The boy's quiet intensity was surprisingly convincing. Theo's father expects him to take the mark this summer, Daphne added quietly. He needs options, Harry. Real ones, not just Dumbledore's conditional protection. Harry considered this. Having another ally in Slytherin could be valuable, especially one with direct insight into Death Eater families. What exactly are you proposing? He asked. An exchange, Nott said promptly. I have access to my family's library, texts on Founder-era magic that have been preserved for generations. Information on the Dark Lord's recruitment strategies and future targets. In return, I want knowledge. True knowledge of Slytherin's methods and intentions. And protection, Daphne added. When the time comes. Harry studied Nott carefully, instinctively reaching for Slytherin's skill at reading people. He sensed no deception, only a calculated risk-taking that was quintessentially Slytherin in the best sense of the term. I'll need an oath, Harry said finally. Nothing excessive, just assurance that what you learn here won't be shared with Voldemort or his supporters. Nott flinched slightly at the name but nodded. That's reasonable. After Nott provided a suitable magical oath, Harry decided to test him. He removed Slytherin's medallion from beneath his robes, watching as both Slytherin's eyes widened in recognition. The Founder's focus, Nott breathed. It actually exists. One of 4, Harry confirmed. Each Founder created one to channel specific types of magic. Slytherin's allows me to sense and manipulate the castle's protective enchantments. Which are failing, Daphne guessed, observing Harry's serious expression. Harry nodded. Critically, in some areas. The castle's defenses have been neglected for centuries. If Voldemort attacks directly, Hogwarts could fall. Nott's face paled. That would be catastrophic. Not just for the students, but magically. Hogwarts is a nexus point for British wizarding magic. Exactly, Harry agreed. Which is why I need to repair the foundations before it's too late. But to do that properly, I need all 4 focuses. The others would be with the other Founders' descendants or legacies, Daphne mused. Gryffindor's might be accessible through the headmaster. Ravenclaw's is likely hidden in her tower somewhere, not added. There are references to a hidden room in the Ravenclaw common room that only opens to those of true wisdom. And Hufflepuff's? Harry asked. Both Slytherins looked blank. No idea, Daphne admitted. Hufflepuff's legacy is the least documented in pure-blood histories. Then we start with what we know, Harry decided. Not, can you research anything your family archives might have on Founder artifacts? Daphne, see what you can discover about Ravenclaw's hidden room, discreetly. Both nodded, accepting his leadership naturally. It was a strange feeling for Harry, organizing Slytherins into a research team, but it felt right somehow. This was how Salazar had worked, leveraging individual talents toward a common goal. There's something else you should know, Harry added. I told the DA about my connection to Slytherin tonight. Daphne looked shocked. Why would you do that? Because secrets have a way of getting out anyway, and I'd rather control the narrative, Harry explained. Besides, they deserve to know who's really teaching them. How did they react? Not asked curiously. Mixed, Harry admitted. But better than I expected. There will be rumors all over the school by morning, though. That changes our timeline, Daphne said thoughtfully. Umbridge will hear, which means the Ministry will hear. And eventually, the Dark Lord. Which is why we need to work quickly, Harry agreed. The castle's defenses need strengthening before Voldemort realizes what's happening. They spent another hour discussing strategy, with Harry showing them elements of the Heart Pool and explaining what he'd learned about Hogwarts' magical vulnerabilities. By the time they were ready to leave, a tentative alliance had formed, one based on shared knowledge and purpose rather than house loyalty or blood status. As they prepared to ascend to the bathroom, Nott asked the question that had clearly been on his mind all evening. Potter, if you're truly Slytherin reborn, what does that mean for the war? For the Dark Lord's claim to be Slytherin's heir. Harry considered his answer carefully. It means he's been fighting for a legacy that was never truly his to claim. It means everything he thinks he knows about Slytherin's purpose is wrong. He paused. And it means I might be the only one who can stop him permanently. Nott nodded slowly, seeming to come to a decision. My father has been talking about a weapon the Dark Lord seeks. Something hidden in the Department of Mysteries that will turn the tide of the war. Harry's attention sharpened. What kind of weapon? I don't know specifics. Just that it's related to prophecy, and to you. Nott's expression was grave. The Dark Lord is obsessed with obtaining it before Dumbledore can use it against him. A prophecy, Harry repeated, pieces clicking into place. This explained Voldemort's fixation on the Department of Mysteries that he'd glimpsed in his visions. I'll try to learn more, Nott promised. Discreetly. They parted ways at the bathroom entrance, the Slytherins returning to their dormitory while Harry headed for Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing with new information and plans. As expected, news of Harry's revelation to the DA spread rapidly through the school. By breakfast the next morning, the Great Hall was buzzing with whispers, and students openly stared as Harry entered with Ron and Hermione. It's like second year all over again, Ron muttered. Only worse. Indeed, the reaction seemed more intense than during the Heir of Slytherin debacle. Some students shrank away as Harry passed, while others watched him with fascination or calculation. The Slytherin table was particularly animated, with heated discussions taking place in hushed tones. Harry ignored it all, focusing instead on his breakfast and the day ahead. He'd made his decision to be open about his connection to Slytherin, and he wouldn't backtrack now. Mr. Potter, came Professor McGonagall's voice from behind him. The headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately after breakfast. Is something wrong, Professor? Hermione asked worriedly. McGonagall's expression was tight. Let's just say that certain revelations have caused quite a stir among the staff, Miss Granger. And beyond. As she walked away, Ron leaned in. Dumbledore's probably furious you told everyone. Or concerned about the ministry's reaction, Hermione added. This complicates things politically. I don't care, Harry said with newfound resolve. I'm done hiding who I am to make everyone else comfortable. Slytherin wasn't what history claims, and it's time people knew the truth. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the morning mail. A handsome tawny owl dropped a letter in front of Harry, bearing the official ministry seal, but not the expected summons. Instead, it was a formal notification that his hearing had been indefinitely postponed pending further investigation of recent magical anomalies at Hogwarts School. Fudge doesn't know what to do with you now, Hermione observed after reading the letter. A student claiming connection to a founder is politically complicated. Especially when that student is already famous and that founder is controversial, Ron added. Harry was about to respond when a commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall drew everyone's attention. Dolores Umbridge had arrived, but she wasn't alone. Behind her stood Cornelius Fudge himself, accompanied by two Aurors and, most disturbingly, Lucius Malfoy. That can't be good, Ron whispered. The delegation proceeded directly to the staff table, where Fudge engaged Dumbledore in what appeared to be a tense conversation. Both men glanced toward Harry multiple times. I should go, Harry said, standing. Better to face this head-on. We're coming with you, Hermione insisted, rising alongside Ron. Harry made his way toward the staff table, aware of the entire school watching. As he approached, Fudge broke off his conversation with Dumbledore and turned to face him, his expression a mixture of suspicion and unease. Ah, Potter, Fudge said, attempting to sound authoritative despite his obvious discomfort. Just the person we need to speak with. There have been disturbing reports about activities and claims you've been making. Have there, Minister? Harry replied calmly. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly. Claims of connection to Salazar Slytherin himself. Demonstrations of unusual magic. Disruption of the educational environment. Not to mention continued violation of educational decrees, Umbridge added with venomous sweetness. Harry felt a surge of irritation, but with it came a cool, calculating composure that wasn't entirely his own. Slytherin had faced political adversaries far more dangerous than these, and his approach had never been brash confrontation, but rather strategic maneuvering. I've simply been exploring my magical heritage, Minister, Harry said, keeping his voice reasonable and respectful. Surely that's not against any law. The ministry has always encouraged young witches and wizards to understand their magical lineage. Fudge shifted uncomfortably. Well, yes, but... Slytherin, Potter. That's a rather extraordinary claim. I didn't choose my magical heritage, Minister, any more than you chose yours, Harry replied. I'm simply acknowledging what a standard magical revelation ritual showed me. Blood magic is strictly regulated, Lucius cut in sharply. The Sanguinis Revelio is classified as heritage magic, not dark magic, under Ministry Statute 1743, Section 12, Harry countered smoothly, the knowledge coming to him from Slytherin's political experience. It remains legal for personal use when performed with proper precautions. Lucius looked startled by this precise citation, while Fudge appeared completely wrong-footed. Dumbledore, standing behind them, had the faintest hint of a smile. Nevertheless, Umbridge persisted, spreading disruptive claims and performing unauthorized magic. I've made no public announcements, Professor, Harry interrupted politely. I've simply answered honestly when asked about my magical development. As for unauthorized magic, I've performed nothing outside of supervised classroom environments except in cases of clear personal danger, which is permitted under the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Harry could feel the tide turning. Fudge looked increasingly uncertain, while Lucius Malfoy's expression had turned calculating rather than accusatory. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, this discussion would be better continued in my office, rather than before the entire student body. Fudge glanced around, seeming to notice for the first time that hundreds of students were watching the exchange with rapt attention. Yes, of course, he muttered. Potter, you will accompany us to the headmaster's office immediately. As they proceeded out of the great hall, Harry caught sight of Daphne at the Slytherin table, giving him a subtle nod of approval. Even Not looked impressed. Most surprising was Draco Malfoy's expression, not the expected glee at Harry's potential trouble, but confused calculation, as if reassessing everything he thought he knew. The political confrontation in Dumbledore's office that followed was intense but ultimately inconclusive. Fudge clearly wanted to take action against Harry but found himself constrained by magical law and political considerations. Accusing the boy who lived of illegal activity was one thing, directly challenging a potential founder's heir was quite another, especially with the pureblood political bloc divided on the issue. By the end of the meeting, a stalemate had been reached. Harry would remain at Hogwarts under increased supervision. Umbridge looked triumphant at this, but no formal charges would be brought unless clear evidence of dark magic was discovered. As the Ministry contingent prepared to leave, Lucius Malfoy lingered behind momentarily, studying Harry with new interest. "Interesting development, Mr. Potter," he said softly. "One wonders what the Dark Lord will make of it." "I imagine he'll be quite disturbed," Harry replied, holding Malfoy's gaze. Learning that his claim to Slytherin's legacy might be secondary. A flash of something, not quite fear, but close, crossed Malfoy's face before his aristocratic mask reasserted itself. With a curt nod, he departed, leaving Harry alone with Dumbledore. That, the headmaster said once the door closed, was either very brave or very foolish, Harry. "Maybe both," Harry admitted. "But I'm tired of reacting to them. It's time to make them react to me." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "Slytherin's influence grows stronger, I see." He too preferred to control the battlefield rather than merely defend it. "Is that a criticism?" Harry asked. "Merely an observation," Dumbledore replied. "Though I must express concern about your decision to reveal your connection to the DA. Secrets of this magnitude are difficult to contain once shared." "I know," Harry said. "But they deserve the truth. And now that it's out, we can move forward with a different strategy." "Which is?" Harry considered how much to reveal, even to Dumbledore. The headmaster had kept plenty of secrets from him over the years. "Hogwarts is vulnerable," he said finally. "The foundational protections have deteriorated, especially against direct magical attack. If Voldemort decides to target the school, the current defenses won't hold." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You've assessed the castle's magical foundations? That's extraordinarily advanced magic, Harry. Slytherin could do it. So can I." Harry touched the medallion hidden beneath his robes, not yet ready to reveal its existence. "The castle needs all four founders' magic to be properly protected. That's why the ritual happened now. Hogwarts is preparing for war." "A fascinating theory," Dumbledore mused. "And not without merit. The castle does possess a certain awareness that few understand." "Then you'll help me strengthen the defenses?" Harry pressed. "Of course," Dumbledore agreed. "Though I suggest we proceed cautiously. Magical foundations are delicate structures, hasty modifications can cause more harm than good." Harry nodded, satisfied with this initial commitment. "There's one more thing, Professor. Voldemort is after something in the Department of Mysteries. A prophecy related to me." Dumbledore went very still. "Who told you this?" "I have sources," Harry said vaguely, unwilling to expose not. "Is it true?" After a long moment, Dumbledore sighed. "Yes, Harry. There is indeed a prophecy, made before your birth, that concerns both you and Lord Voldemort. It is one of the primary reasons he attempted to kill you as a baby." "I need to know what it says," Harry stated firmly. "And you shall," Dumbledore promised. "But not today. The revelation of your connection to Slytherin changes many calculations, and I must consider the implications carefully." It wasn't the answer Harry wanted, but he recognized that pushing further would be counterproductive. For now, securing Dumbledore's cooperation with the castle defenses was enough. As he left the headmaster's office, Harry felt a strange mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. The political confrontation, stressful as it had been, had forced everyone to acknowledge his changing status. No longer was he just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, now he was recognized, however reluctantly, as someone with connection to one of the most powerful magical legacies in Britain. That recognition brought both danger and opportunity. Voldemort would inevitably learn of the development soon, if he hadn't already. The resulting reaction could range from redoubled efforts to kill Harry to attempts to capture him for his knowledge of Slytherin's magic. Either way, the game had changed. And Harry, with Slytherin's strategic mind increasingly integrated with his own, was determined to play it on his terms. Word of the confrontation with the minister spread throughout Hogwarts like wildfire. By lunchtime, the entire school was buzzing with embellished accounts of how Harry had faced down Fudge, Umbridge, and Lucius Malfoy with the confidence of a seasoned politician. The impact on student attitudes was immediate and dramatic. Those who had been skeptical of Harry's claim to connection with Slytherin now seemed more inclined to believe, reasoning that the ministry wouldn't have responded so forcefully to a baseless claim. Others who had feared what his connection might mean watched closely for signs of dark magic or changing allegiances. Most interestingly, the Slytherin students themselves appeared divided. Malfoy's usual gang maintained their hostility, but others, particularly the more politically neutral students, began observing Harry with cautious interest rather than reflexive disdain. "They're waiting to see which way the wind blows," Hermione commented as they sat in the library that afternoon, noticing yet another group of Slytherins watching Harry covertly. "Slytherin House has always valued political acumen. Right now, you're an unknown quantity in their calculations." "Good," Harry replied, surprising his friends. "Let them wonder. Let them reassess." Ron looked troubled. "You almost sound like you want their approval, mate." "Not approval," Harry corrected. "Alliance. If this war is coming, we need every advantage we can get. That includes support from Slytherins who don't share Voldemort's vision." "And you think they exist?" Ron asked skeptically. "I know they do," Harry said firmly. "Slytherin House wasn't created for dark wizards, Ron. It was created for the cunning, the ambitious, the strategically minded. Those qualities don't inherently lead to dark magic." Spoken like a true Slytherin, came a drawling voice from behind them. They turned to find Draco Malfoy standing there, uncharacteristically alone without Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. His pointed face wore an expression of careful neutrality rather than its usual sneer. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Ron demanded. Malfoy ignored him, focusing solely on Harry. "A word, Potter. Privately." Harry considered the request. Meeting alone with Malfoy seemed potentially risky, but also potentially informative. After a moment, he nodded. 5 minutes, he agreed, standing by the restricted section. Despite Ron's protests and Hermione's worried look, Harry followed Malfoy to a secluded corner of the library. Once assured they couldn't be overheard, Malfoy turned to face him, his usual arrogance tempered by what appeared to be genuine uncertainty. "Is it true?" he asked without preamble. "Are you really connected to Salazar Slytherin? Why do you care?" Harry countered. "Because it changes everything," Malfoy replied, an edge of frustration in his voice. "My entire life, I've been taught that Slytherin's legacy belongs to certain bloodlines, certain families. That his vision was about purifying wizarding society. And if that wasn't his vision at all?" Harry asked quietly. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "Slytherin wanted to protect magical children during the witch hunts," Harry explained, watching Malfoy's reaction closely. "Yes, he favored selective admission to Hogwarts, but for safety, not prejudice. He created protection spells for Muggle-born children, not extermination plans." Malfoy looked genuinely conflicted, running a hand through his usually immaculate hair. "That contradicts everything in our family histories." "History is written by the winners, Malfoy," Harry said. And after Slytherin left Hogwarts, his enemies controlled the narrative. Later, others twisted his legacy to support their own agendas. Like the Dark Lord, Malfoy said, so quietly Harry almost missed it. Exactly like Voldemort, Harry agreed. Malfoy flinched at the name but didn't comment on it. My father said, he said the Dark Lord claims direct descent from Slytherin. That his mission fulfills Slytherin's ancient purpose. And now you're not sure what to believe, Harry surmised. Because if I'm truly connected to Slytherin, if I can access his knowledge and magic directly, then maybe Voldemort's claim isn't as absolute as you've been taught. Malfoy didn't confirm this verbally, but his silence was answer enough. I'm not asking you to switch sides, Malfoy, Harry said, understanding the impossible position the other boy was in. I'm just suggesting you consider the possibility that what you've been told isn't the complete truth. And why would you even bother telling me this, Potter? Malfoy asked, suspicion returning. We've hated each other for 5 years. Because Slytherin House deserves to know who their founder really was, Harry replied simply. Not the monster from children's stories, but the complex, flawed, brilliant wizard who wanted to protect magical children at any cost. Malfoy studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Potter. It's not just your magic or your knowledge. You're different. I'm still Harry, he said firmly. But I'm more than I was before. And I'm still figuring out what that means. After a tense silence, Malfoy nodded once. I'll think about what you've said. That's all I can promise. It's enough for now, Harry acknowledged. As Malfoy walked away, Harry felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He hadn't converted Draco to an ally by any means, but he'd planted a seed of doubt, about Voldemort's claims, about pure-blood dogma, about Slytherin's true legacy. In the coming conflict, such doubts could prove crucial. When Harry returned to his friends and reported the conversation, Hermione looked thoughtful. It's actually quite brilliant, Harry, she admitted. Challenging the ideological foundation of Voldemort's movement from within. If enough Slytherins begin questioning whether Voldemort actually represents their founder's true vision, it weakens his support base, Ron realized. Blimey, that's actually clever. It's also dangerous, Hermione cautioned. Voldemort won't take kindly to having his authority questioned. Once he learns what you're doing, he'll come after me even harder, Harry finished. I know. But he was going to anyway. At least this way, we might peel away some of his potential recruits. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Luna Lovegood, who drifted toward their table with her usual dreamlike expression. Hello, Harry Potter, she said serenely. Your aura is much greener today. The Raxperts seem to be avoiding you completely now. Despite the apparent non sequitur, Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's observations. Is that good? Oh yes, Luna nodded. It means your magic is finding balance. Integration is always better than conflict. She tilted her head, studying him. The castle likes it too. It's been humming. Harry straightened. You can sense the castle's magic? Sometimes, Luna replied vaguely. Daddy says the Lovegood line has always been sensitive to location magic. It's why we can find Crumplehorn Snorkax when others can't. Hermione looked ready to comment on Snorkax, but Harry cut in quickly. Luna, have you ever heard of something called a Founder's Focus? Possibly related to Ravenclaw? Luna's protuberant eyes widened slightly. You mean Rowena's diadem? The one that enhances wisdom? Not exactly, Harry began, but then stopped. Wait, her diadem, was it imbued with specific magical properties? Oh yes, Luna nodded enthusiastically. The stories say it could amplify mental magic, memory charms, learning enchantments, protective wards based on riddle solving. Daddy wrote an article about it once. Harry exchanged significant looks with Ron and Hermione. The description matched exactly what a Founder's Focus would do, amplify the specific magical affinity of its creator. Do you know what happened to it? Harry asked carefully. It was lost centuries ago, Luna replied. Although. She leaned forward conspiratorially. The Grey Lady might know. She always looks so sad when anyone mentions Ravenclaw artifacts. The Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost. Hermione clarified. Luna nodded. She doesn't talk much, but sometimes if you sit quietly in the Ravenclaw common room late at night, she'll tell stories about the old days. This was a promising lead, and Harry made a mental note to investigate further. If Ravenclaw's focus had been transformed into or incorporated within her famous diadem, finding it could be crucial for reinforcing Hogwarts protections. Thank you, Luna, Harry said sincerely. That's incredibly helpful. You're welcome, Harry Potter, she replied with a smile. It's nice that you're finding your true self. Most people never do. With that cryptic comment, she drifted away as suddenly as she'd appeared. Mental, that one, Ron muttered, but without real malice. But if she's right about this diadem thing, then we might have a lead on Ravenclaw's focus, Hermione finished. Harry, this could be significant. Harry agreed, but before they could discuss it further, the library doors burst open, and Ginny Weasley rushed in, earning a sharp rebuke from Madame Pants. Ignoring the librarian's glare, Ginny hurried to their table, her face flushed with urgency. Harry, she gasped. You need to come quickly. Umbridge has found the room of requirement. She's trying to break in right now, and she's got the DA list. Chapter 3, Founder's Heir. Harry didn't hesitate. He bolted from the library with Ron and Hermione at his heels, following Ginny through the corridors toward the 7th floor. His mind raced. If Umbridge had truly found the DA list, dozens of students could face expulsion. Worse, if she broke into the room while DA materials were still visible. They rounded the corner to find a crowd gathered. Umbridge stood triumphantly before the wall where the room's door should be, flanked by her inquisitorial squad. Filch hovered nearby, looking delighted at the prospect of mass punishment. A terrified Marietta Edgecombe stood to one side, her face buried in her hands. She sold us out, Ginny whispered. Marietta told Umbridge everything. Harry assessed the situation quickly. The wall remained blank, the room hadn't revealed itself yet. There was still a chance. Ah, Potter. Umbridge's voice dripped with malicious pleasure. How convenient of you to join us. We were just discussing your illegal organization. I don't know what you're talking about, Professor, Harry replied calmly, even as his mind whirred with possible escape routes. Umbridge's smile widened as she held up a piece of parchment. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. A complete membership list of Dumbledore's army. How very treasonous. Harry's heart sank. The list included everyone's name, including his own as leader. Miss Edgecombe has been most forthcoming, Umbridge continued, gesturing to Marietta, who still wouldn't look up. The only detail she seems unable to provide is how to access this secret room. Harry noticed something then, strange purple pustules forming words across Marietta's forehead. As she briefly lowered her hands, he caught a glimpse, sneak spelled out in angry boils. Hermione's security jinx had activated. An idea struck him. If Marietta couldn't tell Umbridge how to access the room because of the jinx, there might still be a way to protect what lay inside. Harry closed his eyes briefly, reaching for Slytherin's knowledge of the castle's magic. The Room of Requirement wasn't a Founder-era creation, but it drew on similar enchantments. If he could connect to those underlying spells. The snake mark on his arm warmed as he silently focused his intent. Room of Secrets, hide your treasures. Become something else entirely. He felt a subtle shift in the castle's magic, the room responding to his command at a deeper level than its usual operation. Well, Potter? Umbridge demanded. Nothing to say for yourself? Harry opened his eyes. I think you're wasting your time, Professor. Even if such a room existed, it clearly doesn't want to be found right now. Nonsense, she snapped. Miss Edgecombe has confirmed its existence right here. Mr. Malfoy, try again. Draco stepped forward, pacing before the wall and muttering under his breath. The wall remained stubbornly blank. It won't work, Harry said confidently. Hogwarts protects its own. Something in his tone made several people look at him sharply, not just Umbridge, but Professor McGonagall, who had arrived moments earlier. What have you done, Potter? Umbridge hissed, her eyes narrowing. Nothing at all, Harry replied innocently. The castle has its own magic, Professor. Magic older than any of us. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of purple. You think this is clever? It changes nothing. I have the list, all of you are facing expulsion. She turned to McGonagall. Take Potter and these others to the headmaster's office immediately. The minister is already on his way. As McGonagall reluctantly ushered them away from the crowd, Hermione whispered, Harry, what did you do to the room? Redirected its purpose, Harry murmured back. It's showing Umbridge something entirely different now, a storage room full of old furniture. All our materials are hidden in a section she can't access. You can do that? Ron asked incredulously. Apparently, Harry replied, surprised himself at how easily the castle had responded to his will. They reached Dumbledore's office to find it already occupied by the headmaster himself, looking grave behind his desk. Within minutes, Umbridge arrived with Fudge, Percy Weasley, and 2 Aurors in tow. What followed was chaotic. Umbridge presented the DA list as evidence of sedition. Fudge blustered about conspiracy and treason. Throughout it all, Dumbledore remained oddly calm, his blue eyes occasionally flickering to Harry with an unreadable expression. When Marietta was called to testify, she proved unable to speak directly about the DA. Hermione's jinx apparently extended beyond just marking her as a traitor. Her limited responses were enough to confirm the group's existence but not to implicate anyone specific as the leader. Then, to Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore smoothly took full responsibility. Dumbledore's army, not Potter's army, he pointed out with maddening logic. I instructed Harry to form this group. The responsibility is mine alone. You admit it then? Fudge looked like Christmas had come early. You've been plotting against the ministry. Merely ensuring students receive proper defensive education, Dumbledore corrected mildly. Given the times. What happened next was even more shocking. When Fudge ordered the Aurors to arrest Dumbledore, the headmaster simply disappeared in a flash of phoenix fire, leaving everyone staring at the empty space where he'd stood. Find him. Fudge shouted, his face apoplectic. Search the castle. In the resulting confusion, Harry found himself being escorted back to Gryffindor Tower by McGonagall, who looked both worried and proud. That was extremely foolish, she told him quietly. But also extremely brave. All of you. What happens now, Professor? Hermione asked anxiously. McGonagall's expression darkened. I imagine Dolores will be appointed headmistress. These are difficult times ahead, Potter. Tread carefully. Her prediction proved accurate. By breakfast the next day, Educational Decree No. 28 announced Umbridge's elevation to headmistress. Her first act was to award herself dictatorial powers over all punishments and to form her inquisitorial squad into an officially sanctioned security force. This is just the beginning, Harry told the remnants of the DA, who had gathered secretly in small groups throughout the day. She'll try to break us one by one. What's the plan, Harry? Neville asked, his face set with determination despite a fresh bruise from an encounter with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry considered his answer carefully. With Dumbledore gone, the school's defenses were more vulnerable than ever. His priority had to be protecting Hogwarts while continuing to prepare his friends for what was coming. We adapt, he said firmly. No more large meetings. Train in pairs or trios. Focus on defensive magic, shields, protection charms, disillusionment. And you? Ginny asked. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. I have other work to do. The castle itself needs protection. Most of the DA members looked confused, but nodded anyway, trusting him despite the increasingly strange rumors circulating about his connection to Slytherin. Their faith both touched and concerned him. He didn't want blind followers, but thoughtful allies. That evening, Harry met Daphne and not in a secluded courtyard, using the Marauder's map to avoid patrols. Umbridge is on a rampage, Daphne reported. She's authorized the use of Veritaserum on students suspected of seditious activities. And my father sent me this, Not added, showing Harry a letter. The Death Eaters are celebrating Dumbledore's removal. They see it as the first step toward taking Hogwarts. Harry nodded grimly. That matches what I've seen in the Heart Pool. Voldemort's planning something big, and soon. What about the focuses? Daphne asked. Any progress on finding Ravenclaws? I'm meeting Luna tonight to speak with the Grey Lady, Harry replied. She might know what happened to Ravenclaw's diadem. Not looked thoughtful. And Hufflepuff's? We still have no leads there. Actually, I might, Harry said. Slytherin's memories included a conversation with Helga about her focus. Unlike the others, she didn't create an object. She imbued her magic into the castle's kitchens, the heart of her domain. The house elves, Daphne realized. They're connected to Hufflepuff's magic. Harry nodded. I need to speak with them, particularly the oldest ones. They might know how to access her power. And Gryffindors? Not pressed. That's more complicated, Harry admitted. His focus was his sword, which is hidden somewhere in the castle. It only appears to a true Gryffindor in time of need. So we need someone with Gryffindor qualities in a desperate situation, Daphne mused. That shouldn't be difficult in current circumstances. They discussed strategy for another hour, developing contingency plans for various scenarios. As they prepared to separate, Daphne placed a hand on Harry's arm. There's something else, she said quietly. Rumors are spreading beyond Hogwarts about your connection to Slytherin. My father sent a coded warning. Some of the neutral families are intrigued, but others are alarmed. They're pressing the ministry to remove you from the school as a potential threat. Lucius Malfoy's handiwork, no doubt, Harry said grimly. Partly, not confirmed. But it's more complex. Some of the old families genuinely fear what the re-emergence of Slytherin's magic might mean for the established order. Let them fear, Harry replied, a hint of steel in his voice. The established order needs disrupting. As they parted ways, Harry caught Daphne looking at him with an expression that wasn't quite concern, but close. What? He asked. You're changing rapidly, she observed. Be careful not to lose yourself in the process. I'm still me, Harry insisted, though her words echoed his own private concerns. Are you? She asked softly. The Harry Potter I observed for 4 years would never have navigated politics so effortlessly, or spoken of disrupting the established order with such conviction. Harry had no ready answer to that, and Daphne didn't seem to expect one. With a simple nod, she slipped away toward the dungeons, leaving him to ponder her warning. The Grey Lady proved more forthcoming than Harry had expected. With Luna's gentle guidance, the ghost revealed a shocking truth. Ravenclaw's diadem had been stolen by her own daughter, hidden in Albania, then found and corrupted by none other than Tom Riddle during his time at Hogwarts. He defiled it, the Grey Lady whispered, spectral tears sliding down her translucent face. Turned my mother's most precious creation into a vessel for dark magic. A Horcrux, Harry realized with horror, the term surfacing from Slytherin's knowledge. He made it into a Horcrux. Luna looked puzzled, but the Grey Lady nodded sadly. The foulest magic. Splitting the soul through murder. Do you know where it is now? Harry asked urgently. He brought it back to Hogwarts, she replied. Hidden it in a place where everything is hidden. A room that becomes what you need. The room of requirement, Harry breathed. But in a different configuration than we used. This revelation was more significant than the ghost could possibly know. Not only had Harry located Ravenclaw's focus, but he potentially discovered one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, soul containers that kept him immortal. Slytherin's knowledge supplied the missing pieces about this darkest of magic, explaining how Voldemort had survived his encounter with baby Harry. The next morning, Harry shared this discovery with Ron and Hermione in hushed tones as they walked the grounds. Horcruxes. Hermione looked horrified. That's the most evil magic I've ever heard of. It's barely mentioned even in the restricted section books. How many do you think he made? Ron asked, his face pale. More than one, Harry said grimly. Slytherin's knowledge suggests splitting the soul 7 times would appeal to a wizard obsessed with magical numerology. 7 being the most powerful magical number. 7 Horcruxes. Hermione looked faint. No wonder Dumbledore's been hunting them. But how would we even find them all? Harry touched his scar thoughtfully. I think I've already destroyed one, the diary, in 2nd year. It contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. And now we know about the diadem. That's 2. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. We don't know how to reach him, Ron pointed out. And the castle's being watched. First things first, Harry decided. We need to retrieve the diadem from the Room of Requirement. If it's both a Horcrux and Ravenclaw's focus, we need to cleanse it, not destroy it. Can that even be done? Hermione asked skeptically. Slytherin developed purification rituals specifically for corrupted magical artifacts, Harry explained. It's complex, but possible. That evening, under cover of Harry's invisibility cloak, the 3 friends made their way to the 7th floor. Avoiding Umbridge's patrols required careful timing and liberal use of the Marauder's map, but they eventually reached the corridor containing the Room of Requirement. We need to be specific, Harry murmured, concentrating. We need the room where things are hidden. After 3 passes, a door materialized. Inside lay an enormous cathedral-like space filled with mountains of discarded objects, furniture, books, contraband, treasures, accumulated over centuries of students and staff needing to hide things quickly. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. How are we supposed to find one tiara in all this? Diadem, Hermione corrected automatically, looking equally overwhelmed. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on Slytherin's medallion around his neck. It grew warm against his skin as he directed his thoughts toward locating another Founder's artifact. When he opened his eyes, he sensed a pull toward the back of the room. This way, he said confidently, leading them through narrow paths between towering piles of junk. They wound their way deeper into the room's recesses until Harry stopped before a tarnished cabinet. Atop a nearby bust sat a discolored tiara, emanating a subtle but unmistakable dark energy. That's it, he breathed. Ravenclaw's diadem. As he reached for it, Hermione grabbed his wrist. Harry, wait. If it's a Horcrux, it might be dangerous to touch. Harry nodded, pulling back. You're right. We need to contain it first. Using a combination of levitation charms and conjured silk cloth, they managed to secure the diadem without direct contact. Up close, its corruption was evident, the once gleaming silver was tarnished black in places, and the central sapphire pulsed with sickly energy. Now what? Ron asked. How do we cleanse it? Not here, Harry decided. We need somewhere safer, with proper magical containment. They had just turned to leave when a cold voice froze them in place. Well. What have we here? Draco Malfoy stood blocking their path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. All 3 had their wands drawn. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged calmly. I was wondering when you'd make your choice. Something flickered in Draco's eyes, uncertainty, perhaps. The Inquisitorial Squad is searching for you. Umbridge wants you in her office immediately. Are you going to take us there? Harry asked, his hand slowly moving toward his pocket where Slytherin's wand rested. For a long moment, Draco seemed to struggle internally. Then, surprisingly, he lowered his wand slightly. "What is that thing?" he asked, nodding toward the cloth-wrapped diadem. "It feels wrong." "Something Voldemort corrupted," Harry answered honestly. "Something we need to fix." Crabbe shifted impatiently. "Come on, Draco. Let's just stun them and take them to Umbridge." But Malfoy raised a hand, stopping him. "Is it true what you said? About Slytherin not being what history claims?" "Yes," Harry said simply. Another long pause. Then Draco stepped aside. "I never saw you. But this doesn't make us allies, Potter." "Fair enough," Harry acknowledged, surprised but grateful. "Come on," he told Ron and Hermione, who looked equally shocked. They hurried past the Slytherins, Harry briefly catching Draco's eye as they passed. Something unspoken passed between them, not friendship or even true alliance, but perhaps the beginning of understanding. Once safely away from the room, they headed toward Myrtle's bathroom and the chamber entrance. The chamber was the only place in Hogwarts with sufficient magical isolation for the purification ritual Harry had in mind. "Was that really Malfoy letting us go?" Ron asked incredulously as they descended the spiral staircase. "He's questioning everything he's been taught," Harry explained. "That makes him unpredictable, but potentially valuable." In Slytherin's study, they carefully placed the wrapped diadem on a stone table designed for magical experimentation. Harry retrieved several ancient texts from the shelves, quickly finding the purification ritual he'd remembered from Slytherin's knowledge. "This will take hours," Hermione said worriedly after reviewing the procedure. "And it requires 3 participants." "Then we'd better get started," Harry replied grimly. "The longer that Horcrux remains intact, the greater the chance Voldemort will sense our interference." The ritual was complex and draining. It required precise spellwork, potions ingredients Harry retrieved from Slytherin's private stores, and careful magical channeling. As midnight approached, they stood at 3 points around the table, each focusing their magic through patterns Harry had drawn in crushed gemstones and herbs. "Maledictio Revelio," Harry chanted, drawing Slytherin's wand in a complex pattern over the diadem. "Anima corrumpus separatum. Purificato maxima." The diadem began to vibrate, a black mist rising from its surface. The mist formed a distorted face, Voldemort's serpentine features twisted in rage. "Potter," the apparition hissed. "What are you doing? You cannot undo my work." Harry didn't respond, maintaining his focus on the ritual. The Horcrux spirit turned its attention to Ron and Hermione, whispering their deepest fears and insecurities. Ron's face paled as the mist showed him images of Harry and Hermione together, laughing at his inadequacy. Hermione trembled as the mist mocked her reliance on books and rules, her desperate need to prove herself. "Don't listen," Harry shouted. "It's not real. Keep focusing on the spell." With enormous effort, his friends maintained their positions, though both were visibly shaken. Harry poured more power into the ritual, the snake mark on his arm glowing brilliantly as he channeled Slytherin's ancient magic. "Purificato maxima," he commanded, bringing Slytherin's wand down in a slashing motion. The black mist let out a terrible scream, then dissolved into nothing. The diadem flared with blue-white light so intense they had to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the artifact had transformed, the tarnish gone, the sapphire gleaming with clear, powerful magic. "It worked," Hermione whispered in awe. Harry approached the diadem cautiously, then at the urging of some instinct, picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the silver, a flood of knowledge poured into his mind, not overwhelming like his initial connection to Slytherin's wand, but organized and precise. Ravenclaw's magical techniques, her understanding of warding through intellectual concepts, her methods for enhancing mental magic. "Harry?" Ron asked worriedly. "You okay, mate?" Harry carefully removed the diadem and placed it back on the table. "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. The focus works, it's channeling Ravenclaw's knowledge just as Slytherin's medallion channels his." So now we have 2 of the 4 focuses, Hermione summarized. What next? Hufflepuffs, Harry decided. Through the house elves. Then Gryffindor's sword. And once we have all 4? Ron asked. Harry's expression was grim with purpose. Then we begin restoring Hogwarts' true defenses, the ones the founders created together. Before Voldemort realizes what we're doing. The next morning brought another unpleasant development. New Educational Decree No. 30 established that any student demonstrating unusual or potentially dangerous magical abilities would be subject to immediate ministry evaluation. The target was unmistakable. Harry's connection to Slytherin had become Umbridge's new obsession. They're setting up to remove you legally, Hermione said worriedly at breakfast. Once the ministry gets you in their custody. They won't, Harry assured her. We have more urgent priorities than Umbridge decrees. After classes, Harry slipped away to the kitchens, using the map to avoid detection. The house elves greeted him with their usual enthusiasm, particularly Dobby, who bounced excitedly at Harry's arrival. Harry Potter has come to visit. What can Dobby do for the great Harry Potter? I need to speak with the oldest house elf at Hogwarts, Harry explained. The one who's served here the longest. The elves exchanged glances, then parted to reveal an ancient-looking elf seated by the enormous hearth. Her skin was wrinkled like parchment, her eyes milky with age. This be Miffy, Dobby whispered reverently. She has served Hogwarts for over 200 years. Harry approached the elderly elf respectfully. Miffy? May I speak with you? The ancient elf turned her clouded eyes toward him. I feels you, she said in a creaky voice. Old magic returns to Hogwarts. Founder's magic. Yes, Harry confirmed, encouraged. I'm trying to restore the protections the founders created. I need to access Hufflepuff's focus. Miffy's ears quivered. The heart of the hearth. Not seen for many generations. She pointed a gnarled finger toward the massive stone fireplace. Hidden there, where Mistress Helga placed it. Only opens to one who values what she valued. And what did she value most? Harry asked. Loyalty. Hard work. Kindness to all creatures. Miffy's expression grew stern. You carry Slytherin's mark. Why should Hufflepuff's power answer to you? It was a fair question. Harry considered his answer carefully, aware that this was a test. Because I'm not just Slytherin, he said finally. I'm Harry Potter too. And I've always believed in treating all magical beings with respect. I've fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves, house elves included. Miffy studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Approach the hearth. Place your hand where the badger is carved. Speak your intention, your true intention, for Hogwarts. Harry did as instructed, finding a small badger carving nearly hidden among the stonework. As his fingers touched it, he spoke from his heart. I want to protect Hogwarts and everyone within it, students, teachers, elves, ghosts. I want it to remain a sanctuary for all magical learning, as the founders intended. The stone beneath his hand warmed, then shifted. A small compartment opened, revealing what looked like an ordinary copper cooking spoon. But as Harry lifted it, he felt the powerful magic contained within, Hufflepuff's focus, disguised as the humblest of kitchen implements. The ladle of plenty, Miffy explained. It channels earth magic, nurturing magic. Grows what is planted, heals what is wounded, strengthens what is built. As Harry held it, he felt a different kind of knowledge flow into him, not tactical like Slytherin's or intellectual like Ravenclaw's, but intuitive. Understanding of how to strengthen magical foundations, how to create wards based on nurturing protection rather than offensive power. Thank you, Miffy, Harry said sincerely, carefully storing the ladle in his bag. This will help save Hogwarts. The old elf nodded. Use it well, Harry Potter. Mistress Helga would approve. With 3 focuses now in his possession, Harry felt a growing sense of urgency. Only Gryffindor's sword remained, and that would be the most difficult to obtain. It appeared only in times of great need, to those who demonstrated true Gryffindor qualities. As he made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, a piercing pain suddenly shot through his scar. Harry stumbled against the wall, gripping his head as a vision forced its way into his mind. Voldemort stood before a kneeling Death Eater, fury radiating from his snake-like features. "What do you mean, changed?" he demanded. "How could the boy's magic have changed?" "Reports suggest he's manifesting abilities beyond his years, my lord," the Death Eater explained nervously. "Wandless magic. Ancient spells. The Malfoy boy claims Potter's magical signature has altered completely." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "And Dumbledore? What does he say about this development?" "Nothing, my lord. He's vanished since Umbridge took control of Hogwarts." Voldemort turned away, his skeletal fingers drumming against his wand. "This requires investigation. If Potter has accessed some new power source." His voice trailed off, then hardened with decision. "Accelerate our plans. The Department of Mysteries must be breached immediately. And send Nagini to Hogwarts. I want eyes inside the castle." The vision faded, leaving Harry gasping and sweating. He managed to reach the room of requirement, needing a private place to recover and think. The room configured itself into a small, comfortable space with a sofa and fireplace. Harry collapsed onto the sofa, his mind racing. Voldemort knew something had changed but didn't yet understand what. His plans for the Department of Mysteries, for the prophecy, were accelerating. And most alarmingly, he was sending his snake to infiltrate Hogwarts. He needed to warn the others. But first, he needed to complete the Founder's protections. With 3 focuses, he could begin strengthening critical areas of the castle's defenses, even without Gryffindor's sword. Harry spent the next hour in deep meditation, aligning the magical signatures of the 3 focuses he possessed. Slytherin's medallion provided strategic direction, Ravenclaw's diadem offered structural precision, and Hufflepuff's ladle supplied nurturing power. Together, they created a balanced magical approach that Harry could channel into the castle's foundations. When he emerged from the room, he found Neville waiting anxiously in the corridor. "Harry! Where have you been?" "Umbridge has posted guards at all the house entrances. They're doing magical screenings on everyone. Ron and Hermione were looking everywhere for you." "Magical screenings?" Harry repeated sharply. Neville nodded grimly. "Some kind of detection charm. They're specifically looking for anomalous magical signatures. Hermione thinks they're trying to measure your connection to Slytherin." This was worse than Harry had anticipated. If the Ministry had developed a way to quantify his changing magic, they could potentially use it as evidence to remove him from Hogwarts. "We need to move faster," Harry decided. "Neville, I need your help with something important." "Anything," Neville replied without hesitation. Harry explained about the focuses and the need to find Gryffindor's sword. To his surprise, Neville didn't seem shocked by any of it, merely thoughtful. "So you need someone with Gryffindor qualities in a moment of true need," Neville summarized. "And you think that might be me?" "I know it might sound odd," Harry admitted, "but yes. You've shown incredible courage, Neville. Not just physical bravery, but the courage to stand up for what's right, even when it's difficult." Neville looked both honored and terrified. "I'll try. But how do we create this moment of need?" "I don't think we'll have to create it," Harry said grimly. "Voldemort is accelerating his plans. The moment will find us soon enough." That evening, Harry gathered his closest allies in the chamber: Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Daphne, and Nott. Using the heart pool, he showed them his vision of Voldemort and explained the immediate threats they faced. "Three-pronged attack," he concluded. "Umbridge trying to remove me through Ministry channels. Nagini infiltrating the castle as Voldemort's spy. And Death Eaters preparing to seize the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries." "We need to alert the Order," Hermione insisted. If Voldemort's targeting the prophecy. I've tried, Harry said frustratedly. With Dumbledore gone and the Fleur network monitored, I can't reach anyone reliably. What about Snape? Daphne suggested. He's still here, and he has contact with both sides. Harry had been avoiding Snape since their earlier conversation, unsure how much to trust the potions master. But desperate times required desperate measures. Worth a try, he agreed. In the meantime, I'll begin strengthening the castle's outer wards with the 3 focuses we have. Daphne, Theo, work on identifying potential entry points Nagini might use. Luna, your sensitivity to the castle might help there. And the rest of us? Neville asked. Be ready, Harry said simply. When Voldemort moves, we'll need to move faster. As the others departed, Hermione lingered behind. Harry, can I speak with you privately? Once they were alone, she turned to him with worried eyes. You're different, she said quietly. You know that, right? We've discussed this, Hermione. I'm still me. Are you? She challenged gently. The Harry I knew would never have organized people so, strategically. Assigned roles based on strengths and weaknesses. Created contingency plans. Is that a bad thing? Harry asked defensively. No, Hermione admitted. It's probably exactly what we need right now. But it's not you, or at least, not only you. You're becoming more Slytherin every day. Harry sighed, unable to deny it. I know. I feel it happening. His knowledge, his approach to problems, they're becoming more natural to me than my own instincts sometimes. That's what worries me, Hermione said. Where does it end, Harry? How much of Slytherin can you integrate before Harry Potter disappears entirely? I don't know, he admitted, voicing his deepest fear. But I don't think I have a choice anymore. Hogwarts needs Slytherin's knowledge. The war needs his strategic mind. And what about what you need? Hermione pressed. What about your happiness, your future? Harry had no answer for that. In truth, he'd been so focused on the immediate threats that he hadn't considered the long-term implications for himself. One battle at a time, he finally said. Let's survive Voldemort first. Then I can worry about identity crises. Hermione didn't look satisfied, but nodded reluctantly. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Hermione. Thank you. For still seeing me, even as I change. Her smile was sad but affectionate. Always, Harry. That's what friends do. The next day brought the confrontation with Snape that Harry had been anticipating. The potions master cornered him after class, black eyes boring into him with unusual intensity. My office. Now. Once there, Snape warded the door with privacy charms so powerful Harry could feel them humming in the air. You've been busy, Potter, Snape began without preamble. Acquiring founder artifacts. Purifying Horcruxes. Recruiting Slytherin students to your cause. Harry didn't bother denying it. How much do you know? Enough, Snape replied curtly. The Dark Lord senses something has changed with you. He doesn't yet understand what, but his curiosity is dangerous. He's sending Nagini to infiltrate Hogwarts, Harry revealed. And accelerating plans for the Department of Mysteries. Snape's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? I saw it. But differently than before, controlled, not forced into my mind. The heart pool, Snape murmured, surprising Harry with his knowledge of the chamber's secrets. You've accessed Slytherin's scrying basin. Harry nodded. I need to contact Dumbledore or the Order. Voldemort's moving faster than we anticipated. The headmaster is aware, Snape assured him. Preparations are being made. But your activities complicate matters considerably. My activities are strengthening Hogwarts defenses, Harry countered. The Founders created protections that have been forgotten. I'm restoring them. With incomplete knowledge and insufficient experience, Snape retorted. Magical foundations are not to be tampered with lightly, especially by a 16-year-old wizard still integrating centuries-old memories. Then help me, Harry challenged. You know Founder-era magic. You've studied Slytherin's work. Guide me instead of criticizing. Something shifted in Snape's expression, not warmth, exactly, but perhaps a reluctant respect. Very well, he said after a long moment. What have you discovered so far? Harry explained about the 3 focuses, the weaknesses in the castle's defenses, and his plans for reinforcing critical areas. Snape listened intently, occasionally asking sharp questions that revealed his considerable knowledge of ancient magic. The approach is sound, he admitted finally. But without Gryffindor's focus, the protections will be unbalanced. Defensive magic without offensive capability creates vulnerability through passivity. I know, Harry agreed. We're working on finding the sword. It cannot be simply found, Snape corrected. It must be earned through actions that embody Gryffindor's values in a moment of genuine need. Like killing the basilisk, Harry remembered. Precisely. Snape studied him thoughtfully. The integration progresses rapidly. You access Slytherin's knowledge with increasing ease. Harry nodded. It's becoming harder to separate his memories from my own. His instincts from my reactions. That is both necessary and dangerous, Snape said quietly. The ritual you perform typically takes years to complete its work. Yours is accelerating unnaturally. Because of my connection to Voldemort? Harry guessed. Partially. But also, I suspect, because the castle itself is accelerating the process. Snape's expression grew serious. Hogwarts has its own form of sentience, Potter. If it perceives sufficient threat, it may be forcing the integration to prepare its defender. This aligned with Harry's own suspicions. The castle called me here, he murmured. Led me to the ritual book in the first place. Indeed. Snape moved to a hidden cabinet in his office wall, retrieving a small vial of golden potion. Take this. It will help maintain the boundaries between your consciousness and Slytherin's during the integration. Not to stop the process, but to ensure you retain your essential nature throughout. Harry accepted the vial, touched by this unexpected assistance. Thank you. Snape dismissed his gratitude with a sharp gesture. This is not about you, Potter. It is about preserving the balance of magical knowledge. If Slytherin's essence overwhelms yours completely, his magic becomes untethered from modern context. The results could be unpredictable. They spent another hour discussing magical theory and specific vulnerabilities in Hogwarts defenses. Despite their history, Harry found Snape to be a knowledgeable and surprisingly forthright ally in this specific arena. By the time they concluded, they had developed a more refined approach to reinforcing the castle's protections. One last thing, Snape said as Harry prepared to leave. The Dark Lord will attempt to breach your mind again. His curiosity about your changing magic will overcome his previous reluctance to form mental contact. I know, Harry acknowledged. I can feel him testing the connection more frequently. Be prepared, Snape warned. He may attempt to possess you directly if he senses Slytherin's power. The temptation would be irresistible to him. The warning sent a chill down Harry's spine. Voldemort, with his obsession with Slytherin's legacy, would indeed be drawn to the Founder's reincarnated magic like a moth to flame. I'll be careful, Harry promised. As he left Snape's office, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore, or even just for his friends. He was fighting for Hogwarts itself, for the true vision of the Founders, and for the redemption of Slytherin's corrupted legacy. That night, Harry worked with the 3 focuses to begin strengthening Hogwarts' outer defenses. In the Heart Pool chamber, he arranged the artifacts in a triangle around the basin, then channeled their combined power through Slytherin's wand and into the castle's magical foundation. The process was exhausting but exhilarating. He could feel the ancient stones responding, protective enchantments long dormant awakening under his guidance. Slytherin's strategic mind directed the reinforcement of vulnerabilities, Ravenclaw's precision ensured proper magical alignment, and Hufflepuff's nurturing power provided the strength and resilience necessary for lasting protection. By dawn, Harry had managed to significantly strengthen the castle's perimeter wards and establish new detection charms that would alert him to any attempt by Nagini to enter the grounds. It wasn't a complete restoration of the Founder's protections, but it was a solid beginning. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, bone-tired but satisfied, Harry encountered Filch patrolling the corridors with what appeared to be a golden measuring device. "Out of bed, Potter," the caretaker wheezed gleefully. "And just in time for your magical screening." Before Harry could react, Filch thrust the device toward him. It immediately began emitting a high-pitched whine, its needle swinging wildly into the red zone. "Aha!" Filch crowed. "The High Inquisitor will want to see this. Your magical signature is off the charts, just like she suspected." Harry backed away, mind racing. If Umbridge got confirmation of his altered magical signature, she'd have the evidence she needed to force his removal from Hogwarts. "I need to see Professor McGonagall," Harry insisted. "Oh no, it's straight to the headmistress for you," Filch replied, grabbing Harry's arm. "She's been waiting for this." Harry could have easily overpowered Filch, but doing so would only worsen his situation. Instead, he allowed himself to be marched to Umbridge's office, calculating possible responses to whatever she might throw at him. Umbridge was waiting, dressed in an offensive pink dressing gown despite the early hour. Her toad-like face lit up with malicious pleasure when Filch reported his findings. Well, Mr. Potter," she simpered. "It seems we finally have proof of your abnormal condition. The minister will be most interested to see these readings." "What exactly am I being accused of, Professor?" Harry asked calmly, channeling Slytherin's political acumen. "Having a strong magical signature isn't against any school rule or ministry law." "This isn't merely strong, Potter," Umbridge countered, examining Filch's device. "This indicates fundamental magical alteration. The kind associated with dark rituals and possession. Or with magical inheritance and growth," Harry suggested. "Many wizards experience significant changes in their magical signatures during adolescence. It's well documented." Umbridge's smile didn't waver. "Not like this. The ministry experts will make the final determination, of course. They'll be here this afternoon to escort you to St. Mungo's for a full examination." So that was their plan, remove him from Hogwarts under the guise of medical necessity. Once in ministry custody, who knew what might happen to him? "I believe I'm entitled to have my head of house present for this discussion," Harry said, stalling for time. "Professor McGonagall has already been informed of the situation," Umbridge replied dismissively. "Until the ministry representatives arrive, you will remain confined to your dormitory. Your wand, please." Harry had anticipated this. He smoothly handed over his phoenix feather wand, keeping Slytherin's wand hidden in his sleeve holster. "You will be escorted back to Gryffindor Tower and monitored continuously," Umbridge continued, pocketing his wand. "Any attempt to leave or contact others will result in immediate suspension." As Filch led him back to the dormitory, Harry's mind worked furiously. The timeline had accelerated dramatically. He needed to implement their contingency plans immediately, but how to communicate with the others while under surveillance? Once in his dormitory, with Filch stationed outside the door, Harry took stock of his resources. He still had the Marauder's map, Slytherin's wand, and the 3 focuses. Most importantly, he had knowledge, both his own and Slytherin's. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Harry closed his eyes and reached for a skill he'd only recently discovered in Slytherin's memories, the ability to project his consciousness through the castle's own magical network. It was similar to the scrying pool but required no physical basin, only deep connection to Hogwarts itself. Concentrating intensely, Harry extended his awareness through the stones around him, following magical currents that flowed like rivers through the castle's structure. He located Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall, their magical signatures as familiar to him as his own face. Danger, he projected, focusing his thought into a coherent message. Umbridge. Ministry coming. Implement contingency plan. Alert the others. He felt a startled response from Hermione, awareness, acknowledgement, concern. The connection wasn't perfect, but the message had been received. Next, he reached for Daphne in the Slytherin dungeons, then Neville, Ginny, and finally Luna in Ravenclaw Tower. To each, he sent the same urgent alert. Exhausted by the effort, Harry opened his eyes, hoping his friends would understand and act quickly. The contingency plan they developed called for immediate securing of the focuses in the chamber, alerting trusted Order members through Snape, and preparing defenses against both Ministry interference and potential Death Eater infiltration. Harry had just begun considering his own escape options when a searing pain tore through his scar. This was no vision, this was a direct, deliberate assault on his mental defenses. Voldemort was no longer content to observe, he was attacking. Gasping, Harry fell back on his bed, raising his occlumency shields. But Voldemort's assault was relentless, hammering against his mental barriers with unprecedented force. This wasn't just an attempt to see into Harry's mind, it was an attempt to possess it. "I feel you, Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice hissed inside his head. "Something has changed. Something powerful awakens within you. Show me." Harry fought desperately, using every occlumency technique Slytherin's knowledge provided. But Voldemort's attack was too strong, too focused. Slowly, Harry felt his defenses cracking, dark tendrils of the Dark Lord's consciousness seeping through. In desperation, Harry reached for Slytherin's medallion around his neck, clutching it tightly. The Founder's focus flared with protective energy, temporarily stabilizing his mental shields. "Interesting," Voldemort's voice purred. "Ancient magic. Founder magic. What have you discovered, Harry?" The pressure intensified, pain building behind Harry's eyes until he thought his head might split open. Then, just as his last defenses began to fail, something unexpected happened. A secondary consciousness rose within him, not his own, not Voldemort's, but Slytherin's. This wasn't the fragmented memories or knowledge Harry had been accessing. This was Slytherin himself, a complete personality emerging to defend his vessel against invasion. "You are not welcome here, heir of my blood," Slytherin's voice resonated from deep within Harry's mind. "You have corrupted my legacy long enough." Harry felt Voldemort's shock, then fury. "Impossible. You cannot be." "I am," Slytherin's consciousness confirmed. "Reborn in this boy to undo your perversion of my work. Begone from his mind." With a surge of magical power unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, Slytherin's consciousness drove Voldemort from his mind. The pain vanished instantly, leaving Harry gasping on his bed, drenched in sweat. But the momentary victory came at a cost. Harry could feel Slytherin's consciousness now fully awakened within him, no longer content with passive integration. Two distinct personalities now occupied his mind, temporarily united against Voldemort but fundamentally different in nature and purpose. "We must speak, young vessel," Slytherin's voice echoed in Harry's thoughts. "The time for gradual merging has passed. The threat accelerates." "Who are you?" Harry whispered aloud, though he knew the answer. "I am Salazar Slytherin," the voice confirmed. "Not merely memories or knowledge, but my complete consciousness, preserved through ancient magic for a time of need." "You've been waiting all this time?" Harry struggled to comprehend. "Sleeping. Dormant. Until you awakened me with the blood ritual. I had foreseen that my legacy would be corrupted, that one of my blood would twist my intentions beyond recognition. So I prepared this contingency, my essence, preserved to be reborn when needed most." Harry's mind reeled at the implications. "So I'm not your reincarnation. I'm your host." "More than that," Slytherin corrected. "We are meant to merge completely, your compassion and modern understanding with my knowledge and power. A new whole, neither fully Harry Potter nor fully Salazar Slytherin, but something greater than either alone. The concept was simultaneously terrifying and compelling. And if I refuse? Then I will recede, leaving only fragmented knowledge behind. But without full integration, we cannot defeat my corrupted heir, nor restore Hogwarts' true protections. The choice must be yours, freely given. Harry was saved from immediate decision by commotion outside his door. Filch's voice raised in protest, then McGonagall's sharper tones cutting through. "Stand aside, Mr. Filch. I have authority to speak with students in my house, regardless of the headmistress's instructions." The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall, her face tight with concern. "Potter," she said briskly. "We have a situation." Harry quickly explained Umbridge's plans to have him removed by ministry representatives. McGonagall's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. "As I suspected. Fortunately, we have some time. The minister has been delayed by an emergency session of the Wisengamot. Apparently, someone leaked information about illegal blood quills being used at Hogwarts." Harry couldn't help a slight smile. Their contingency plan was already working. "Professor, I need to leave Hogwarts before they arrive." "Out of the question," McGonagall replied firmly. "Dumbledore left explicit instructions that you were to remain within the castle's protection, regardless of circumstances." "Dumbledore doesn't understand what's happening," Harry insisted. "Voldemort knows about my connection to Slytherin now. He just tried to possess me directly." McGonagall paled. "Are you certain?" Harry nodded grimly. "And that's not all. He's accelerating his plans for the Department of Mysteries. There's a prophecy there, about me and him. He's determined to get it." For a moment, McGonagall seemed torn between her loyalty to Dumbledore's instructions and the new information. Finally, she made a decision. "Wait here," she ordered. "Do not leave this room until I return." After she left, Harry resumed his mental conversation with Slytherin's consciousness. "Why now?" he asked internally. "Why didn't you fully awaken immediately after the ritual?" "The integration needed to be gradual," Slytherin explained. "Your mind required time to adapt to my knowledge, your magic to my power. But Voldemort's attack forced my complete awakening to defend you. And now? Now we must decide. Continue as separate entities sharing one body, or complete the merger and become something new." Harry considered the options. Maintaining separation meant retaining his complete identity but limiting their magical effectiveness. Merging meant sacrificing some of his individuality but gaining the full power and knowledge needed to defeat Voldemort and protect Hogwarts. How would it work? Harry asked cautiously. "Our minds would join completely. My memories would become yours, your experiences would become mine. Our magic would fuse rather than simply coexist. The process would be irreversible." It was a monumental decision, perhaps the most important of Harry's life. Before he could respond, the dormitory door opened again. This time, Snape entered, his black eyes immediately fixing on Harry with unusual intensity. "You can sense it, can't you?" Harry asked, recognizing the potion's master's magical sensitivity. "Two distinct magical signatures occupying one body," Snape confirmed. "Slytherin has fully awakened. Voldemort's attack triggered it," Harry explained. "He tried to possess me. And forced Slytherin's consciousness to defend its vessel," Snape nodded. "I suspected this might happen eventually. The ritual you performed was more powerful than you realized, not merely revealing a connection to Slytherin, but literally resurrecting his preserved consciousness." "You knew this was possible?" Harry demanded. "I suspected," Snape corrected. "Certain ancient texts hinted at founders preparing contingencies for their legacies. Ravenclaw preserved her knowledge in her diadem. Hufflepuff in her cup. Gryffindor in his sword. And Slytherin in a human vessel," Harry finished. "Me. Not specifically you," Snape clarified. Any Parseltongue with sufficient magical power who performed the correct ritual during a blood moon. The circumstances aligned in your case. Harry absorbed this, feeling Slytherin's consciousness confirming Snape's assessment. We have a more immediate problem, Snape continued. The Dark Lord has informed his followers of your condition. He is now obsessed with capturing you alive, believing he can extract Slytherin's knowledge and power for himself. And the Ministry is about to hand me to him on a silver platter, Harry noted bitterly. Hence our current predicament, Snape agreed. The headmaster has been informed and is returning to Hogwarts, but may not arrive in time to prevent your removal. Then I need to leave, Harry said decisively. Hide until Dumbledore can resolve the situation. And go where? Snape asked skeptically. The Dark Lord will be watching every possible escape route from the castle. Harry considered this, then made a decision. Not every route. There's a passage from the Chamber of Secrets that leads beyond the Hogwarts grounds. Slytherin created it as an emergency exit. Snape's eyebrows rose slightly. And you know this how? He told me, Harry replied simply, touching his temple. After a moment's consideration, Snape nodded. Very well. I will create a diversion to occupy Umbridge and her squad. You have 30 minutes to reach the chamber and escape. As Snape turned to leave, Harry called after him. Professor? Thank you. Snape paused at the door. Do not thank me yet, Potter. Your trials are only beginning. With that cryptic comment, he departed. Alone again, Harry quickly gathered essential items, the Marauder's map, his invisibility cloak, and a few basic supplies. Most importantly, he secured the 3 founders' focuses he'd collected, knowing they must not fall into either the Ministry's or Voldemort's hands. We must complete the merger, Slytherin's voice insisted in his mind. Separated, our magic is powerful but unstable. United, we can face what comes. I need more time, Harry responded internally. This isn't a decision to make in haste. Time is the one luxury we no longer have, Slytherin countered. My corrupted heir moves against us. The castle's defenses remain incomplete. And now the Ministry seeks to remove us from Hogwarts entirely. Harry knew Slytherin was right, but the prospect of permanently merging with the Founder's consciousness terrified him. Who would he be afterward? What would remain of Harry Potter? Your essence would remain, Slytherin assured him, reading his concerns. Your core values, your connections to those you love. The merger would add to you, not subtract. Before Harry could respond, a commotion erupted somewhere in the castle. Distant shouts and the sound of running feet suggested Snape's diversion had begun. It was time to move. Donning the invisibility cloak, Harry slipped past the momentarily distracted Filch and made his way through the castle toward Myrtle's bathroom. The corridors were chaotic, inquisitorial squad members running in various directions, responding to what sounded like multiple disturbances throughout Hogwarts. When Harry reached the second floor, he encountered Hermione and Ron hurrying in the opposite direction. Harry! Hermione gasped when he revealed himself momentarily. We were coming to find you. Umbridge is bringing Ministry officials to arrest you for dark magic use. I know, Harry said quickly. I'm heading to the chamber. Meet me there if you can, but be careful, Umbridge has detection devices for unusual magic. We'll create more distractions, Ron promised. Give you time to get away. The DA is already causing havoc throughout the castle, Hermione added with uncharacteristic satisfaction. Portable swamps, dumb bombs, enchanted fireworks, the twins provided quite an arsenal. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's loyalty. Get Neville, Luna, and Ginny if you can. And tell Daphne and not what's happening. I'll wait in the chamber as long as possible. They parted ways, Harry continuing to Myrtle's bathroom while his friends headed off to organize further resistance. When he reached the entrance, he found it already open, the spiral staircase descended. Cautiously, Harry made his way down, wand ready. In the main tunnel, he heard voices echoing from Slytherin's study. Following the sound, he discovered Daphne, not, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy engaged in intense conversation. All three looked up sharply when Harry entered. Daphne's expression showed relief, Not's caution, and Malfoy's, conflict. "Potter," Malfoy acknowledged stiffly. "Quite a mess you've created upstairs." "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" Harry demanded, keeping Slytherin's wand trained on the blonde Slytherin. "He brought us warning," Daphne explained. "The Ministry isn't just sending officials to examine you, they're sending a specialized containment team trained for handling magically unstable wizards." "And my father is with them," Malfoy added grimly. "Along with several others who answer to different authority." Harry understood immediately. Death Eaters, using Ministry cover to enter Hogwarts legally. Malfoy nodded. "They're under orders to secure you alive and relatively unharmed. The Dark Lord was explicit about that part." "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked suspiciously. Malfoy's expression hardened. "Because contrary to popular belief, I don't actually want Hogwarts overrun by Death Eaters. I've seen what they're really like now, what serving the Dark Lord really means." He gestured around the chamber. "And I've learned enough about Slytherin's true history to question everything I've been taught." It wasn't a declaration of allegiance, but it was something, a step away from Voldemort's ideology, if not yet a step toward active resistance. "We need to move quickly," Not urged. "The entrance won't remain unguarded for long." "There's another way out," Harry said. "A passage Slytherin built that leads beyond the Hogwarts grounds." Through the Heart Pool chamber, Slytherin's voice supplied in his mind. "Behind the eastern alcove." Harry led them to the Heart Pool, where he'd spent hours working with the focuses to strengthen Hogwarts' defenses. As they entered, the pool's waters began to swirl of their own accord, images forming on the surface. "It's activating without a command," Daphne observed, alarmed. The images clarified, showing multiple scenes in rapid succession: Umbridge in her office with several official-looking wizards, Lucius Malfoy and two cloaked figures entering the castle gates, Dumbledore appearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and most disturbingly, a massive serpent slithering through underground pipes, Nagini, already infiltrating Hogwarts. "We're out of time," Harry said grimly. "Voldemort's forces are converging on Hogwarts from multiple directions." "What about your friends?" Daphne asked. "Shouldn't we wait for them?" Harry hesitated, torn between escaping to safety and remaining to protect those he cared about. Before he could decide, Slytherin's voice spoke again in his mind, more urgent than before. "We cannot leave. The castle needs us. My corrupted heir threatens everything we built." For once, Harry found himself in complete agreement with Slytherin's consciousness. Running went against everything he believed in, everything he'd fought for. "I'm staying," he announced. "Hogwarts needs defending, and I have the focuses to do it." "That's suicide, Potter," Malfoy objected. "You can't fight the Ministry and the Dark Lord simultaneously." "Watch me," Harry replied, a new determination hardening his voice. At that moment, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny burst into the chamber, looking flushed and disheveled from their guerrilla resistance efforts. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "The Ministry people are searching the castle with magical detection devices. They'll find us here eventually." "And Snape says you know whose snake is in the pipes," Ron added breathlessly. "Heading this way." The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Harry knew he needed to make a decision, not just about staying or fleeing, but about his very identity. As long as he and Slytherin remained separate consciousnesses sharing one body, their magic would be divided, less effective than it could be. "It must be now," Slytherin insisted. "To defend Hogwarts properly, we must be whole." Harry closed his eyes, reached his decision. "How do we do this?" "Place the focuses in the cardinal points around the Heart Pool," Slytherin instructed. "Then submerge yourself in its waters. The pool will facilitate our complete integration." Harry? Hermione asked worriedly. What's happening? I need to complete something, Harry explained, removing Slytherin's medallion, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's ladle from his bag. Something that should have happened gradually but now must happen all at once. Understanding dawned in Daphne's eyes. The merger, she breathed. You're going to fully integrate with Slytherin's consciousness. Is that even possible? Neville asked, alarmed. It's necessary, Harry replied simply. To defeat Voldemort, to protect Hogwarts, to finish what began with the blood ritual. As his friends watched with varying expressions of concern and awe, Harry arranged the 3 focuses around the heart pool at precise intervals. The artifacts began to glow, their magical energies creating a triangular field of power with the pool at its center. What can we do? Ron asked, accepting Harry's decision without question. Guard the entrances, Harry instructed. Buy me time to complete this. Once it's done, I'll be able to activate Hogwarts' original defenses, the ones the founders created together. As his friends moved to secure the chamber, Harry turned to the heart pool. Its waters now glowed with the combined light of the 3 focuses, swirling in complex patterns that seemed to beckon him. It is time, Slytherin's voice confirmed. Harry removed his outer robes and stepped into the pool. The water was neither warm nor cold, but vibrated with magical energy that seemed to resonate with his own core. As he submerged completely, the outside world faded away. In the mindscape that formed around him, Harry found himself standing before Salazar Slytherin, not the snake-faced villain of legend, but a tall, dignified wizard with piercing green eyes and an expression of solemn purpose. At last we meet properly, Harry Potter, Slytherin said, his voice no longer just in Harry's mind but seeming to fill the entire mindscape. You're not what I expected, Harry admitted. Slytherin smiled slightly. History is rarely kind to those who challenge convention. My methods were controversial, my fears perhaps too great. But my purpose was always to protect magical children, all magical children. And now? Now we have a chance to restore what was corrupted, to defeat the heir who twisted my legacy beyond recognition. Slytherin extended his hand. Are you ready to become neither fully Harry Potter nor fully Salazar Slytherin, but something greater than either alone? Harry hesitated only briefly before clasping the offered hand. I'm ready. The moment their hands touched, a surge of magic unlike anything Harry had ever experienced flowed between them. Memories, knowledge, personality, magical affinity, all began to merge and integrate. Harry saw Slytherin's entire life unfold before him, felt the founder's triumphs and failures, understood his fears and hopes with perfect clarity. Simultaneously, Slytherin experienced Harry's life, the orphaned boy in the cupboard, the young wizard discovering magic, the trials and friendships and struggles that had shaped him. Each gained complete understanding of the other, neither dominating, both contributing equally to the new whole being formed. When the process completed, Harry, or rather, the being who was now both Harry Potter and Salazar Slytherin, rose from the heart pool. Physically, he appeared unchanged, but anyone with magical sensitivity would have detected the fundamental transformation. His magic had not merely increased in power but had evolved into something both ancient and new, harmoniously balanced between 2 eras of wizardry. His friends stared in amazement as he emerged from the pool, water sheeting off him and evaporating before it hit the ground. Even Malfoy looked stunned by the palpable change in magical presence. Harry? Hermione asked tentatively. Is that still you? He smiled reassuringly. Yes and no. I'm Harry, but I'm also Salazar. We've merged completely, memories, magic, purpose. Blimey, Ron breathed. That's intense. Before anyone could question further, a distant explosion rocked the castle above them. Dust filtered down from the chamber ceiling as the magical protections Harry had established earlier came under attack. They found the chamber entrance, Neville reported, returning from his lookout position. Ministry forces and others, they're trying to break through. Another disturbance came from a different direction, a scraping, slithering sound that could only be Nagini approaching through the pipes. Perfect timing, Harry/Salazar commented with grim humor. Now we can address all our enemies at once. He moved to the heart pool and waved his hand over its surface. The water responded instantly, showing multiple views of Hogwarts. Ministry forces led by Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy were indeed at the chamber entrance, while Nagini had almost reached the main tunnel. More disturbingly, a dozen Death Eaters had apparat to the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, testing the boundaries of the wards Harry had reinforced earlier. The castle is under coordinated attack, he announced. Voldemort is testing our defenses before committing fully. What can we do? Ginny asked, wand ready. Harry/Salazar surveyed his unlikely collection of allies, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Slytherins united in defense of Hogwarts. It was, he reflected, exactly what the Founders had intended before division corrupted their vision. We need the fourth focus, he declared. Without Gryffindor's sword, we cannot fully activate the Founders' defenses. But how do we get it? Ron asked. It only appears to a true Gryffindor in time of need. I believe that time has come, Harry/Salazar replied, turning to Neville. And I believe I know who it will answer to. Neville looked startled. Me? But I'm barely a Gryffindor. The hat wanted to put me in Hufflepuff. As it considered Slytherin for me, Harry/Salazar reminded him. The houses are not absolutes, Neville. Courage comes in many forms, and yours is among the purest I've seen, the courage to stand up for what's right, even when standing alone. Another explosion shook the chamber, closer this time. The Ministry forces were breaking through Slytherin's ancient protections. We need to move, Daphne urged. They'll be here any minute. Harry/Salazar nodded, making a swift decision. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, take the Eastern Passage. It leads to the Forbidden Forest. Alert Dumbledore to the Death Eaters testing the boundaries. What about you? Hermione asked worriedly. I'll stay with Neville, Luna, Daphne, Theo, and... He glanced at Malfoy, who looked surprised to be included, Draco. We need to secure the sword, then activate the heart of Hogwarts. The what? Several voices asked simultaneously. The magical nexus that connects all four Founders' powers, Harry/Salazar explained. It lies beneath the Great Hall, at the very center of the castle. Once activated with all four focuses, it will restore Hogwarts' original defenses no dark wizard can breach. As Ron, Hermione, and Ginny reluctantly departed through the hidden Eastern Passage, Harry/Salazar led the others toward the chamber's main exit. They would need to reach the castle proper to find circumstances where the sword might appear to Neville. But as they approached the tunnel, a massive form slithered into view, Nagini, Voldemort's enormous serpent, blocking their path. Hello, cousin, Harry/Salazar hissed in Parseltongue. You trespass in my domain. The snake reared back, clearly startled by the authority in his voice. You are not my master, she responded, though with less certainty than her words implied. No, I am something your master fears far more, Harry/Salazar replied. I am the original from whom he stole his claims of greatness. Nagini wavered visibly, serpentine instincts recognizing a power more primal than Voldemort's. But her magical binding to the Dark Lord reasserted itself, and she lunged forward with frightening speed. Neville reacted purely on instinct, shoving Luna out of the snake's path and raising his arm defensively. In that moment of selfless courage, magic responded. A flash of silver materialized in his hand, the sword of Gryffindor, appearing in his moment of need just as it had for Harry years earlier. Without hesitation, Neville swung the blade in a desperate arc. It connected with Nagini's neck, slicing through scales, flesh, and bone with supernatural ease. The serpent's head separated from its body, both parts thrashing briefly before falling still. But something unexpected happened as the snake died. A dark, oily substance leaked from the wound, coalescing into a screaming wraith-like form before dissipating into nothingness. A Horcrux, Harry/Salazar confirmed. Voldemort's snake was another soul container. Neville stood breathing heavily, the sword still gripped in his hand, looking stunned by what he'd just accomplished. "Well done, Neville," Luna said serenely, as if he'd just successfully potted a plant rather than slain a massive magical serpent. "I always knew you had it in you." "The sword," Daphne breathed. "The fourth focus." Harry/Salazar nodded, his expression grave. "Now we can activate the heart of Hogwarts. But we must hurry, Voldemort will have felt the destruction of his Horcrux. His response will be swift and terrible." As if confirming his words, the entire castle shook with the magical equivalent of an earthquake. Through his connection to Hogwarts foundations, Harry/Salazar sensed multiple breaches in the outer wards, the Death Eaters were breaking through, and Ministry forces had nearly reached the chamber. "Follow me," he commanded, leading them through a different passage than either the main tunnel or the eastern exit. This one, known only to Slytherin himself, led directly to the foundations beneath the Great Hall. They emerged into a massive circular chamber that appeared to have been carved from the living bedrock beneath Hogwarts. At its center stood a crystalline structure resembling a heart, pulsing faintly with multicolored light that had dimmed to near darkness over the centuries. "The heart of Hogwarts," Harry/Salazar explained, approaching the crystal reverently. "Created by all four founders, it powers the castle's deepest protections. But when we separated in conflict, its power diminished. And the focuses can reactivate it?" Not asked, studying the crystal with scholarly interest. "Together, yes." Harry/Salazar placed Slytherin's medallion, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's ladle at 3 points around the heart. "Neville, the sword goes there." He pointed to the fourth position. As Neville placed Gryffindor's sword in the indicated spot, all four focuses began to glow with their respective colors, green, blue, yellow, and red. The light spread from each artifact to the crystal heart, which pulsed more strongly in response. "Now what?" Draco asked nervously, glancing toward the chamber entrance where distant sounds of battle could be heard. "Now I complete the circuit," Harry/Salazar replied. He moved to the center and placed his hands directly on the crystal heart. "As the vessel containing both the old and the new, I can bridge the centuries between the Founder's time and our own." As his palms connected with the crystal, magic surged through him like a lightning strike. The merged consciousness of Harry Potter and Salazar Slytherin provided the perfect conduit, modern enough to adapt to contemporary magical threats, ancient enough to access the Founder's original intentions. The heart of Hogwarts flared to brilliant life, its multicolored light expanding outward in concentric waves that passed through the chamber walls and spread throughout the castle. Harry/Salazar could feel the castle's original defenses awakening layer by layer, wards against dark magic, protections for the innocent, safeguards against those who would harm magical children. Most importantly, he felt Hogwarts itself responding like a living entity, recognizing the return of its creators' combined intentions. The castle was more than stone and mortar, it was semi-sentient, imbued with the Founder's unified purpose before their divisions arose. As the activation completed, Harry/Salazar opened his eyes to find his companion staring in wonder at the transformed heart, now pulsing with steady, powerful light. "It's done," he announced, feeling the castle's renewed strength flowing through him. "Hogwarts is awakened." The timing couldn't have been better. At that moment, multiple attackers converged on their location, Ministry forces led by Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy from one direction, Death Eaters who had breached the outer defenses from another. The two groups collided in the chamber entrance, momentarily confused by each other's presence. Umbridge's eyes widened with shock upon seeing Lucius Malfoy alongside masked Death Eaters. "Mr. Malfoy. What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "Silence, you insufferable woman," Lucius snapped, dropping all pretense. "The Dark Lord wants Potter alive. Ministry concerns are secondary." Before the confrontation could escalate further, Harry/Salazar stepped forward, his merged consciousness projecting an aura of authority that made both groups falter. "You have no power here," he stated simply. This castle is under the Founder's protection once more. Potter, Lucius sneered, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Your delusions of grandeur have reached new heights. The Dark Lord will be most interested in your claims of Founder heritage. Speaking of your master, Harry/Salazar replied calmly, he'll be quite displeased to learn you've failed him again. Nagini is dead, Lucius. Another of Voldemort's soul fragments destroyed. The effect of this news was immediate. The Death Eaters exchanged alarmed glances, while Lucius's aristocratic mask slipped to reveal genuine fear. You lie, he whispered. The sword of Gryffindor does not lie, Harry/Salazar countered, gesturing to the blade still positioned at the heart. Nor does the magic of Hogwarts itself. As if responding to his words, the castle shuddered again, but differently this time. Rather than the destructive tremors of attack, this was a reorganization, a reinforcement. The walls around them seemed to shift subtly, ancient stones realigning to their original magical configurations. What's happening? Umbridge demanded shrilly, her wand wavering between Harry and the Death Eaters, unsure which represented the greater threat. Hogwarts is reclaiming itself, Harry/Salazar explained. Returning to its original purpose, a sanctuary for magical learning and growth. Those who threaten that purpose will find themselves unwelcome. As he spoke, the castle responded. The floor beneath the Death Eaters and Ministry officials began to shift, stones rising and falling like waves to unbalance them. The magical signature of Hogwarts, now fully awakened, pushed against dark magic, neutralizing it within the castle walls. The Death Eaters' wands sputtered and failed as they attempted curses. Umbridge's detection devices exploded in sparks. Even Lucius Malfoy found his magic resistant to his commands. Impossible, one Death Eater gasped. The Dark Lord assured us, your Dark Lord understands nothing of the Founder's true magic, Harry/Salazar cut in. He corrupted and twisted Slytherin's legacy, but never accessed its deepest power, the power of protection, not destruction. With a gesture, Harry/Salazar activated the final stage of Hogwarts' defense. The castle itself began ejecting unwelcome intruders, not violently, but with inexorable magical force. Death Eaters and Ministry officials alike found themselves being transported to the castle boundaries, deposited unceremoniously outside the gates. Only Draco's father resisted, clinging to a stone column with desperate strength. Draco, he called. Help me. Use your mark to anchor me. Draco stepped forward, conflict evident on his pointed face. For a moment, he seemed about to assist his father. Then, with a barely perceptible shake of his head, he stepped back. I'm staying here, he said quietly. Where I belong. Lucius's face contorted with rage and disbelief before he too was swept away by Hogwarts magic, expelled from the grounds he had sought to corrupt. In the sudden silence that followed, Harry/Salazar turned to his companions with grim satisfaction. Phase 1 complete. Now we prepare for Voldemort himself. They didn't have to wait long. Within the hour, alarms resonated through the newly awakened castle. Voldemort had arrived at the boundaries, his fury palpable even from a distance. The magical pressure against the restored wards was enormous, focused with precision that spoke of desperate rage. From the astronomy tower, Harry/Salazar observed the gathering darkness beyond Hogwarts' boundaries. Dozens of Death Eaters had assembled, their wands raised in coordinated assault against the castle's defenses. At their center stood Voldemort, his snake-like features twisted with frustration as his most powerful spells dissipated against the Founder's wards. He cannot breach the outer defenses directly, Harry/Salazar explained to Dumbledore, who had returned to find Hogwarts transformed and its student defenders rallied under Harry's leadership. But he will seek other methods. The confrontation is inevitable. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully, clearly noting the changes in his former student. The merger is complete, then? Slytherin's consciousness fully integrated with yours? Yes, Harry/Salazar confirmed. It was necessary. And Harry? Dumbledore asked carefully. Does he remain? I am Harry, he replied simply. And I am Salazar. Both, neither, something new. My core values remain unchanged, protecting the innocent, opposing tyranny, valuing friendship and loyalty. But my knowledge, my power, my perspective, these have expanded. Dumbledore nodded slowly, accepting this transformation with remarkable equanimity. Then perhaps it is time I shared something with you, something I should have revealed much earlier. In the headmaster's office, with members of the newly arrived Order of the Phoenix providing security throughout the castle, Dumbledore finally revealed the full prophecy that had connected Harry and Voldemort from the beginning. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The power he knows not, Harry/Salazar mused after absorbing this information. You believed it to be love. I did, Dumbledore acknowledged. And perhaps that remains true. But now I wonder if it might also refer to this, the true legacy of Salazar Slytherin, reclaimed and purified. Both, I think, Harry/Salazar decided. Love remains my core strength, Harry's greatest gift. Slytherin's knowledge provides the means to channel that strength effectively. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by a magical alert. Voldemort had changed tactics. Rather than assaulting the wards directly, he was now targeting the students and faculty gathered in Hogsmeade, who had evacuated during the earlier conflicts. He's taking hostages, Neville reported grimly, rushing into the office. Threatening to kill them unless Harry surrenders himself. It was a predictable move, but effective. For all the castle's enhanced defenses, they couldn't protect those beyond its boundaries. He knows I won't sacrifice innocent lives, Harry/Salazar said, rising from his chair. Even for strategic advantage. Harry, you cannot surrender, Dumbledore insisted. That is precisely what he wants, to separate you from Hogwarts protection and capture you alive. I have no intention of being captured, Harry/Salazar replied. But neither will I allow others to die in my place. There is another approach, one that forces the confrontation on my terms. Drawing on Slytherin's strategic brilliance and Harry's courageous resolve, he outlined a plan that would bring the conflict to its inevitable conclusion while maximizing their advantages. The Order members and student defenders would focus on rescuing hostages and engaging Death Eaters, while Harry/Salazar would face Voldemort directly. He wants Slytherin's power, Harry/Salazar explained. Let him face it in its true form. As preparations were made, Daphne approached him privately. You're going to challenge him to magical combat, she surmised. One-on-one, Founder's magic against its corruption. It's the only way to end this permanently, he confirmed. Voldemort's obsession with Slytherin's legacy will not permit him to refuse such a challenge. And if you fail? She asked quietly. The heart of Hogwarts will remain awakened, he assured her. The castle will continue to protect those within its walls, regardless of my fate. Daphne studied him with unusual intensity. You've changed completely, she observed. Yet somehow remained essentially yourself. It's fascinating. A paradox, he agreed with a slight smile. Much like magic itself. As night fell, Harry/Salazar stood at Hogwarts gates, the three founders' focuses he had collected worn or carried on his person. Behind him, Order members and DA students maintained formation, ready to rush forward and free hostages when the moment came. Before him, across the boundary line, Voldemort waited with his Death Eaters and terrified captives from Hogsmeade. Harry Potter, Voldemort called, his high, cold voice carrying easily across the distance. Or should I say, Salazar Slytherin. Such a fascinating development. Tom Riddle, Harry/Salazar replied calmly, deliberately using Voldemort's birth name. Heir of my blood, corrupter of my legacy. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted in a parody of a smile. So it's true. The boy hosts the Founder's consciousness. How providential. When I extract that knowledge from you, my claim to Slytherin's legacy will be absolute. You misunderstand, as always, Harry/Salazar responded. I am not merely hosting Slytherin's consciousness. I am Slytherin reborn, merged with Harry Potter to create something neither of us could be alone. Impossible, Voldemort hissed, though uncertainty flickered in his red eyes. You sought immortality through the crudest methods, splitting your soul, diminishing yourself with each division, Harry/Salazar continued. I achieved continuation through harmony, through magical evolution. Enough philosophy, Voldemort snapped. Surrender yourself, or watch these pathetic villagers die one by one. Harry/Salazar raised Slytherin's wand. I challenge you, Tom Marvolo Riddle, to magical combat, heir against founder, corruption against truth. Just you and me, by the old laws of magical dueling. This was the gambit, an appeal to the old wizarding traditions that Voldemort, for all his depravity, still respected as part of his obsession with magical heritage. A formal magical duel could not be refused without losing face before one's followers, particularly when challenged by one claiming superior lineage. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he calculated his options. And why would I accept such terms when I hold every advantage? Because you wish to prove your claim to Slytherin's legacy, Harry/Salazar replied simply. And because your pride will permit nothing less. A tense silence followed as Voldemort considered. Finally, with a cold smile, he nodded. Very well. A magical duel, by the ancient forms. To the death, naturally. Naturally, Harry/Salazar agreed. And when I win, your followers will release their hostages and depart without further conflict. And when I win, Voldemort countered, Hogwarts itself will recognize me as Slytherin's true heir and open its gates to my forces. Agreed, Harry/Salazar said confidently, knowing Hogwarts would never accept Voldemort regardless of the duel's outcome. The castle's awakened consciousness would recognize the corruption in his magic. As the terms were magically sealed, a dueling circle formed between them, ancient magic responding to the formal challenge. The hostages and Death Eaters were pushed to the periphery by the circle's formation, creating a neutral battleground where only the two combatants could enter. Harry/Salazar stepped forward, feeling the merged power of his dual nature flowing smoothly through him. No longer was he struggling to access Slytherin's knowledge or control unfamiliar magic. Now it was simply his magic, integrated and harmonious. Across the circle, Voldemort entered with predatory grace, his wand held loosely in long, pale fingers. I confess curiosity, Potter Slytherin, he said mockingly. What forgotten magic do you imagine will save you this time? Not forgotten, Harry/Salazar corrected. Misunderstood. As were you, Tom. You could have been so much more than what you became. This unexpected expression of pity seemed to unnerve Voldemort more than any threat. His red eyes flashed with genuine anger. Spare me your condescension. Let us begin. The duel that followed was unlike any magical combat witnessed in centuries. Voldemort attacked with overwhelming force, dark spells cascading from his wand in deadly sequence. But Harry/Salazar defended with magic that seemed to bend reality itself, not merely blocking curses but redirecting their energy, transmuting their effects, sometimes absorbing their power entirely. Impossible, Voldemort snarled after his killing curse was caught in a spiraling vortex of Harry's magic and transformed into harmless light. No wizard can manipulate the Avada Kedavra. No modern wizard, Harry/Salazar corrected. The founders understood magic differently, not as rigid spells but as malleable energy responsive to properly directed will. He demonstrated by casting a spell unlike anything taught at Hogwarts for a millennium, a complex weaving of elemental forces that manifested as a sphere of concentrated magical potential around Voldemort, limiting his movement and gradually constraining his magical output. Voldemort fought back with increasing desperation, abandoning finesse for raw power. The dueling circle blazed with clashing energies as ancient and modern magic collided. Onlookers shielded their eyes from the brilliance, the very air seeming to warp around the combatants. Throughout the exchange, Harry/Salazar maintained perfect balance between Harry's instinctive reflexes and Slytherin's calculated precision. When Voldemort conjured fiend fire, Harry countered with an ancient water elemental. When dark curses flew, protective magic intercepted them. For every attack, there was a perfectly calibrated defense. "You cannot match my power." Voldemort raged, blood trickling from his nostril slits from magical exertion. "I have gone further into magic's darkest aspects than any wizard in history." "And that is your fundamental error," Harry/Salazar replied calmly, seemingly untaxed by the duel's intensity. "Magic is not about dark or light, those are modern simplifications. True magical mastery comes from balance, from understanding the complete spectrum of magical possibility." To demonstrate, Harry/Salazar activated all three focuses simultaneously: Slytherin's medallion, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's ladle, each contributing their unique magical affinity to his next spell. The combination produced magic so pure and foundational that it bypassed all conventional magical defenses. The spell manifested not as a destructive force but as a purifying one, a wave of magical restoration that washed over Voldemort, stripping away layers of dark magic that had altered his very being over decades. His snake-like features momentarily reverted toward more human appearance, revealing glimpses of the handsome Tom Riddle he had once been. "What are you doing to me?" Voldemort screamed, genuine terror in his voice for the first time. "Revealing your true self," Harry/Salazar answered. "Beneath the corruption, beneath the fragmented soul, there remains the wizard you were meant to be." For one fleeting moment, confusion replaced rage in Voldemort's red eyes, confusion and perhaps a flicker of recognition, as if some deeply buried part of him responded to this magic of restoration. But his fractured soul could not sustain the connection. With a howl of denial, he redoubled his attack, dark magic pouring from his wand in desperate torrents. "I am Lord Voldemort," he shrieked. "There is nothing else." Harry/Salazar shook his head sadly. "Then you have chosen your fate." With perfect synchronization, he channeled the combined power of Harry's sacrificial protection and Slytherin's foundational magic. The spell that formed was neither offensive nor defensive in conventional terms, it simply established magical truth, cutting through illusions, corruption, and self-deception. The magic struck Voldemort like a physical blow. He staggered, his wand falling from suddenly nerveless fingers. As he struggled to remain standing, his body began to disintegrate, not from external attack but from internal contradiction. The magical procedures that had sustained his unnatural existence could not withstand direct contact with foundational magic in its purest form. "What have you done?" Voldemort gasped, watching his hands crumble into ash. "Nothing," Harry/Salazar replied gently. "That is the point. I am not destroying you, Tom. Your own choices are." Comprehension dawned in Voldemort's eyes in his final moments, the realization that his pursuit of immortality through soul fragmentation had been fundamentally flawed from the beginning. He had not cheated death but ensured his own eventual disintegration by violating magic's most basic principles. "It cannot end this way," he whispered, more Tom Riddle than Lord Voldemort in his last breath. "I was meant for greatness." "You were," Harry/Salazar agreed sadly. "That is the tragedy." With a final wail of denial, Voldemort collapsed into dust, his fractured soul unable to maintain coherence without the dark magic that had sustained it. The wand rolled across the ground, coming to rest at Harry/Salazar's feet, the last remnant of the wizard who had corrupted Slytherin's legacy. As the dueling circle dissolved, Death Eaters stared in disbelief at the pile of ash that had been their master. Some immediately apparat away in panic. Others threw down their wands in surrender. A few fought desperately as Order members moved to secure hostages, but without Voldemort's leadership, their resistance quickly crumbled. Harry/Salazar stood motionless at the center of the chaos, processing what had occurred. He had not defeated Voldemort through superior power or clever tactics, but through magical truth, by confronting corruption with purity, fragmentation with wholeness. "It's over," Dumbledore said quietly, approaching through the settling dust. Truly over, this time. Not entirely, Harry/Salazar replied. His ideology remains. The damage to magical society continues. Healing those divisions will take far longer than defeating one dark wizard. True, Dumbledore acknowledged. But now that work can begin in earnest, with Hogwarts leading the way as the founders originally intended. As the immediate crisis subsided, Harry/Salazar returned to Hogwarts, the castle welcoming him with magical warmth that resonated through its very stones. In the Great Hall, students from all four houses had gathered, those who had stayed to defend their school alongside those returning from evacuation. The house division seemed oddly insignificant now, with Slytherins, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs intermixed without their usual segregation. This is how it was meant to be, Harry/Salazar observed to his closest friends as they gathered around him. Different talents, different approaches, but united in purpose. What happens now? Hermione asked. With Hogwarts, with you, with everything? Reconstruction, Harry/Salazar replied simply. The Ministry will need reform. Hogwarts will need restoration to its original educational vision. And magical society will need to address the prejudices that allowed Voldemort to gain power in the first place. And where do you fit in all that? Daphne asked perceptively. Harry/Salazar considered the question carefully. The merger had given him unprecedented magical power and knowledge, along with a perspective that spanned centuries. Such abilities carried equally great responsibilities. I will help rebuild, he decided. Not as a ruler or a savior, but as a bridge, between past and present, between different magical traditions, between houses that have been divided too long. Sounds like a lifetime project, Ron commented. It is, Harry/Salazar agreed with a smile. Fortunately, I have 2 lifetimes of experience to draw upon. In the days that followed, the transformation of Hogwarts continued. With the heart fully awakened and all 4 focuses active, the castle gradually returned to its original design, revealing rooms and passages long forgotten, restoring educational resources the founders had created, and maintaining the enhanced protections that made it a true sanctuary for magical learning. Ministry officials, once they recovered from the shock of Voldemort's defeat and Umbridge's disgrace, approached the situation with cautious respect. The boy who lived merging with Salazar Slytherin was too significant to dismiss, yet too unprecedented to categorize under existing magical law. For Harry/Salazar, the political maneuvering was secondary to the real work, guiding Hogwarts back to its original mission. With Dumbledore's blessing, he established new educational approaches that integrated Founder-era magical understanding with modern techniques. House divisions remained, but with renewed emphasis on cooperation and complementary strengths rather than competition and isolation. Most importantly, he worked to correct the historical distortions that had corrupted Slytherin's legacy. The true story of the founders, their initial unity, their gradual divergence over methods rather than goals, and their shared commitment to protecting magical children, became required learning for all students. It's strange, Hermione commented one evening as they stood on the astronomy tower, watching the sunset over the restored Hogwarts grounds. When this all started with that blood ritual, I was terrified you'd lose yourself to Slytherin's influence. And now? Harry/Salazar asked. Now I see it wasn't about one personality overwhelming the other, she replied thoughtfully. It was about evolution, becoming something more complete than either could be alone. He nodded, pleased by her understanding. The founders believed magical growth occurred through integration, not division. Specialization has value, but wholeness has greater strength. Very philosophical, Ron teased, joining them with butterbeers for everyone. Next you'll be writing treatises like Dumbledore. Perhaps someday, Harry/Salazar laughed. For now, there's too much practical work to be done. As night fell over Hogwarts, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. From an orphaned boy ignorant of his heritage to the merged consciousness of Harry Potter and Salazar Slytherin, it was a transformation no one could have predicted, yet somehow felt inevitable in retrospect. The castle hummed with renewed purpose around him, its magic flowing in harmonious patterns established 1,000 years ago and now restored to their original intention. Within its walls, students from all backgrounds learned together, their differences celebrated as strengths rather than divisions. This, Harry/Salazar realized, was the true victory, not Voldemort's defeat, but the reclamation of what had been lost. Hogwarts was whole again. Slytherin's legacy was purified. And Harry Potter had found his purpose not by sacrificing his identity, but by expanding it to encompass a greater vision. As founder and student, ancient and modern, strategist and warrior, he would help guide the wizarding world toward the unity the founders had originally envisioned. Not through domination or force, but through education, understanding, and the balanced integration of magical traditions old and new. It was, he reflected with quiet satisfaction, a worthy purpose for the founder's heir. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.